Oh. Oh, this pain again. Bell. Please, please, please, please. Oh, thank God. Yeah, this build is not really very good at clearing AoE, and I'm a little bit lazy to, a high mobility build, so yeah. I should though. It's pretty slow. It's very good at clearing high difficulty greater rifts, but it's not really very good at kind of anything else actually. Of course I could just put the steed in here, that would make a difference. Off you go. Act 3, Stonefort. Thankfully we have these arrows now. And when you don't have the arrow for the Act 3 one, that means it's pretty far away. Enmity. Well, yes. I mean, I am hurting for everything. Veiled crystals, forgotten souls, anything and everything really. Hey, what did I do? Oh, I did go into the next floor. We have nothing? Interesting. This could be a really good amount of forgotten souls for me. As I said, I'm extremely short. I think I have some pieces of gear lying around that could be an upgrade, but I had to stop because I didn't have enough veiled crystals to roll them. That's how much of a pauper I am right now. Yeah, and I have to go back for that one forgotten soul. Potential up to 3, of course, but you know what I mean. Okay, that's good. Finally, some forgotten souls. Is that Kamal? What's that? Oh, no, it's not Kamal. What's going on? I clicked on it 50 times. Oh, no. Okay. What's going on? Oh, this stupid necrotic. That's displays only debuff, which is pretty annoying actually. Okay, they are killing me. And of course, it's not the end of the world, I guess, if they kill. And necrotic prevents healing, like 75% or something. It's pretty nasty. Hey, Fisher! Really? You just put your phone in and you can't verify it? Hello, my friend. How's it going? Nice to see you. Well, you know what I mean. Maybe you used it to verify this one. I'm not very sure, but they might have to be unique. And of course, if you know Twitch was done properly, it should have told you you have used that number for us. Oh, okay, and you still can't get it done, eh? Interesting. I mean, it's Twitch, yes. Never have very high expectations. I have been streaming for 11 years, actually, almost 11 years. And you kind of learn to not expect much. You know, people's subscriber badges disappear. You know, there is some weird lag that's going on, blah, blah, blah, right? Millions of stuff. This character is actually awful for this. So bad. It's actually a very good build, guys. I mean, if you want to do Greater Rift 150, that's the best Crusader build out there. But I'm guessing this is the worst build in the entire game for this stuff. Not mobile, and you are reliant on cooldown. So guys, I have to be in Akarat's champion permanently so that I don't die. But thing is, when I'm moving around, it can expire because I bring the cooldown back up with the use of phalanx. Yeah. And for example, guys, you know that you have to do the stone up in Greater Rifts in about 1 minute or thereabouts, right? With this build, I don't think it's possible, right? I mean, maybe I suck at that, but for me, if it takes 3 minutes, I'm pretty happy, right? And I'm talking about a Greater Rift I'm face rolling because of all the delays caused by Condemn and whatnot. Oh, I actually had the machines, didn't I? Okay, that was a little bit silly. Shall I keep that somewhere? Oh, well, it's not as fun as people imagine, but sometimes it can be enjoyable, yeah. Shadow. Why is it ancient? Akan. No. I mean, if you pay attention here, the rerolls I have are a little bit lousy, and I couldn't do them properly because, as I said, I don't have the veiled crystals and forgotten souls for them. Yeah, mighty annoying. Okay, I didn't have that. Okay. I'm also trying to get the season journey thingy rolling. The extract powers from 40 different uniques. That sort of garbage. I mean, it's not very urgent, but I mean, it will have to be done eventually. Let's salvage these. Leo, hello. Okay. Let's just keep this somewhere. Yeah, here or there. I also couldn't craft these to be ancient. Another problem I have. Because, as I said, I just don't have the veiled crystals. Pretty tiresome. If you need any help, by the way, please let me know. I can help. But I definitely, if I decide to finish the altar, I definitely have to come up with another build because this just doesn't work, right? And you have to move around rather quickly. Okay. That should be doing it for some time, I guess, for my Forgotten Soul needs for some time. So the thing is, this build does the same thing starting from whatever low greater rift and all the way up to 150, right? So it doesn't speed up a little bit. I guess, as I said, I could just let go of this stupid left click skill and put in the horse for some mobility, but that would be it. Okay, if I take that in, I'll die. Braces, 200 mace, whatever it is. Yeah, this was pretty good though. I'm happy that we have this. Oh, and it's over. I hear a goblin sound. So the goblin marks the end of this place. Yeah, me too. You know, I started the season and I had something so frustrating. So, you know, the season objective that says, you know, open a socket in a weapon, right? And so, you know, I have suffered so much at that, right? So I know that you can actually do it on a rare weapon so that it's cheaper, right? Because, you know, when you are trying to reroll a unique item, it costs you 15 veil crystals and 1 forgotten soul or something. But for a rare item, it just costs 3 veil crystals or something. Yeah. And, you know, I was like, no. And, you know, I was wearing a weapon at the time and I didn't have a socket. I didn't want to go for the cheap alternative, right? I want the emerald in my weapon, you know, so, you know, I could get some more damage. You know, that is when I was much weaker and the socket would have mattered. And of course, you know, I ran out of veil crystals and I had to get myself a rare weapon and I had to open the socket there, yeah. And, you know, that's why I'm very broke on veil crystals myself, right? I just can't seem to roll the right thing. And, you know, I'm trying to accept 2 different things. So, for example, I'm rolling a ring. I'm like, crit damage is okay and crit chance is okay, right? Both, right? And, you know, I missed them 25 times in a row or something. Yeah, unreal. I actually will, I think, stoop down to picking up the rare items from the ground. So, pathetic. So right now I'm in a little bit of a forgotten soul grind because what I have to do is I have to offer an ancient hellfire amulet to the altar, and of course, as you can guess, I missed like 15 times and they cost like 10 forgotten souls each try, and I'm out of forgotten souls. Yeah. Ayça selam. Bağış barı dolarsa. Geçen bir kere açtık. Okay, so that's a denial. No, it's not ancient. Do we have anything yet that's ancient? Skycutter. No. So I am planning on doing some guides. So maybe I should keep stuff that would be somewhat meaningful to a crusader. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Normally, you know, I would just salvage it all, but I'll just go for it all. I mean, I do need the Forgotten Souls. Yuck. Shepherd's Hammer. That's a Diablo 2 item, eh? Yeah, it's been mighty frustrating. So I was going to the Act 3. Fella? Yeah, let's go. Don't even need this, actually. Because I did have some machines in the stash, but, you know, let's just get the whole set. Okay, now we see it. We have about 1 minute's worth of running, I think. So the annoying thing is, as I said, the phalanx hitting reduced my cooldowns if you don't know how the build plays, Fisher. And, you know, when you're running around, you don't really do phalanx, which means your Akarat's champion is actually get timed out. And when it does, you become extremely squishy. I mean, take a look at this. I have about 500 million toughness in Akarat's champion. And, you know, I'll show you without. I guess it's extreme. Oh, that's the pet goblin. But I have all the pets, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Can we just move on? So let's take a look at this. 118 million. Take a look at this. I'm more than 4 times more sturdy when I'm in a karate champion, which means I'm very squishy when I'm not in a karate champion. And thing is, it can time out when you are, as I said, running to an objective. Off you go. The only time I've been lucky was, I did go for the first, there are 3 upgrades that you do with the ashes. And one of them, the first one is, I think, very important. Whenever you drink your potion, you get a shine effect on you, right? And when you give the Templar the Gloves of Virtue, I believe it was called, the thing that makes the shine duration 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, you can just, as you can see, right? It's lovely. So once every 30 seconds, you can just drink your potion for a 10-minute, which is kind of like permanent in Diablo terms. Oh, I get it again. Okay, don't mind if I do. I am in very real need of Forgotten Souls and Veiled Crystals. I mean, of course, every build is a little bit different, but I have not seen a build this bad for this kind of stuff, right? I should definitely bring in the hearthstone. I mean, I don't need that smite at all. This is just the end game Great Rift farming variant, and absolutely unnecessary for this. But still, it wouldn't pick up the pace, right? Because you are waiting for condemn. That takes 3 seconds to arm. That's a long time if you actually want to complete Great Rifts within 1 minute or something. So I think with this build, 1 minute Great Rifts are absolutely impossible. 2 minutes, I would say, wouldn't be very possible either. Because, imagine the amount of condemn you have to cast, right? And they all take 3 seconds to explode. I mean, 2.5 minutes maybe? Yeah, what did you get? I can't see it? I can't. What the hell is this? Oh, this. Oh, yes. You got that just now? That's a little bit late. I was actually considering to turn the verify setting off, but I turned it such a long time ago. Yeah. As I said, if you need any help, feel free to tell me. We can do it together. But I suppose you're a barbarian, right? Barbarian. So, for example, Waste is a beautiful set, and I kind of want to, have a faster build, but I also, I'm a little bit lazy to level a character and wait for the set to collect. Brr. Oh, you're a wizard, I'm sorry. Wizard is the only class that I have done Great Rift 150 with. Yeah, you could say it is kind of my main, because when the game came out, normally, right, before the expansion, and it was extremely hard, that was my character there. Yeah, so one season, I think like 2 seasons ago. So, they haven't been patching the game, they haven't been doing anything to the game. So I had enough, and I didn't play the last 2 seasons or something like that, but I played every single season other than that. I might have skipped season 8 maybe. I have played all the seasons. And it was always a sad feeling for me to not having ever achieved 150, right? And people are getting it done in about 5 minutes. Some people are getting it done with all classes. And It was a little bit saddening to me, and one season I was like, okay, I'm gonna get this done, right? And the silly thing is, skill comes into play, of course, I guess, but what you generally have to do is group with some people, do a lot of 130s, and get a decent amount of Paragon, because without a decent amount of Paragon, it's not very easy. Yeah, and one season I did that. I will show you my records here. One season I went like 2,500 Paragon, because thing is, for example, if you are about 1,000 Paragon, which is arguably easier to reach, and I have 2,500 Paragon, my survivability will be like 30% higher than you, and my damage will be kind of like double yours. That's a huge difference. Double, I think I exaggerate, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 130s are a thing, I did that one season. Let me show you. I will surely be able to find my season profile. Hero seasons. Yeah, I skipped season 34 only then. Okay, so that's my general season experience. See here, I did 110 and I left, right? It was this season then? Yeah, take a look at this. And take a look at this. 12 minutes. I did 150 solo wizard. Yeah, that's the season. Oh yeah, very significant. I mean, it's 5 intelligence per level, and if you are sitting on 1,000 Paragon and I'm sitting on 2,500 Paragon, that will be an intelligence difference of 7,500. 7,500 is very tangible. I mean, it will depend on your actual intelligence to, determine the difference it causes, but so for example, with this build, I'm using Guardian and it will be less noticeable, right? But if you are not using Guardian, it's going to be a huge difference. Let's say you have 20,000 and I have 30,000, right? That's going to be a lot of difference. And that's how you get 150s done. Someone up for puzzle ring. Shall I? That's where we met. I could, I guess, use, but I don't want to leave this behind. This is giving me a nice amount of souls. I mean, at level 10 or something, it basically becomes almost everyone that you touch drops a legendary. Shall I show you off my incredible achievements? Yeah, I mean, it would have been more impressive about 8 years ago, but boom, 100%. And this one is the last I ever did. When is that? 2019. So I have them complete for 6 years now. And actually, that one was almost the last for a long time. So I actually have them complete for a really long time. So when the idiots, I mean Blizzard, released the expansion, do you recall the numbers on those achievements? I mean, they were a little bit funny. It required you to complete 100,000 bounties, 100,000. And it required you to kill 25,000, those 3 guys in Act 1. You go near them, they get mobile, wildwood wraith, or whatever they are called. And it required you to kill 5 million monsters in rifts. And the thing is, I have a lot of playtime, and I don't think I have 5 million monsters killed lifetime. So, they were very silly, and I had 100% achievements in the base game. And when I say 100%, it's not actually 100% because some achievements were bugged and unobtainable. I had everything that was obtainable. And I'm telling you this because I like achievements, and even I was like, okay, that's not happening. This is idiotic, right? I'm not investing thousands of hours of playtime just because they can't get their math right. And then sometime later they fixed it, but I still couldn't bring myself to do the bounty ones, right? The bounty ones are terrible. I hate bounties. And yeah, so I was virtual at a standstill, right? I had everything but the bounty one. And then they finally said, we are allowing the bounties to be completed in groups, and the entire group's progression would count. So, before that, so for example, I go into a split bounty run, right? And I complete 6 bounties, and I would get 6 progress to my achievement, right? Instead of 25. Because only the ones that I was completing myself would count. You were in a great rift. I'm sorry to hold you up. But then they said, okay, we are now lowering it even more. Everyone's progress in the group will count. So, for example, you and I go into a split bounty run. We have 2 more randoms with us, and we do it all, which means 25 bounties, right? So my achievement would get 25 progress. And at the time, I was on about 4,000 or so. And imagine this is in 2019. I have played tens of seasons, right? And obviously, I did a lot of bounties, right? And I was on about 4,000. And at the time, I was getting frustrated with my main game. So I said, okay, it's time, right? And I did the most annoying and repulsive stream ever, and for days and days I have grinded. This is changed. Vigilante belt has been changed. It has a legendary power. Didn't know that. Yeah, for days and days I grinded. Bounties, yeah. Was pretty tiresome for the viewers, I'm sure. It was very much so for me, obviously. Okay, is this good? It's very similar to mine. It's actually a tad little bit better than mine, but I don't think I want to spend the things, but I'll keep it, I suppose. Okay, so what does this do? While speed charge is active, it happens this increased damage equal to movement speed, and it automatically is called down. If it is on your action bar, what a wording. Okay, I guess that it warrants. Oh, that's an ancient obsidian ring of the zodiac. That actually matters because, so guys, you could say, what does an ancient obsidian ring of the zodiac matter, right? Because none of the abilities are scalable. There are 2 things that matter. First of all, the secondary can roll higher than normal, right? 192 lightning resistance is a little bit high, and more importantly, you can do the Kaldezan on it, right? You can do the 125 times 5 strength on it. Yeah, that's why we are definitely keeping it. Because what I'm planning on right now is I'm thinking about doing the guide for this Akan, and then I'll say 10 likes or something, and I'll do the Roland or whatever it is, right? So I'm trying to keep stuff of value. Yeah. So for like 3, 4, 5 days, I grinded bounties for like 6-7 hours. Yeah, it was absolutely unenjoyable. So I'm not done with this, right? Okay, I'm not. Okay, this is a really good amount of. So there was one point I was lucky at. I did get 2 primal ancients in relatively quick succession. So an ancient unique is an ancient legendary is once every 10 legendaries, and a primal ancient is once every 40 ancients, right? So you kind of have to get 400 uniques in order to get a primal ancient, right? No, not literally, of course, but mathematically that's what it equates to, right? You could, of course, get them back to back. But in theory, that's what you have to get. So in order to save myself the frustration of not getting a primal ancient, what I do is I generally count the number of uniques I am getting, right? in order to, in air quotes, deserve getting a primal ancient. So approximately a full inventory holds up like 40 uniques. So I don't expect to get a primal ancient without getting 10 full inventories of uniques, right? I mean, I have the gems here that they take up 10 space, and what remains is, I believe, 50 space or something like that. And you know, some of them take 1 space, some of them take 2. And yeah, I assume the average to be like 40 legendaries in a full inventory. So that's how I approach it. And I did get 1 primal ancient with like 5 full inventories, and then I did get another with like 3 full inventories. You know, that was pretty lucky because at the time I couldn't upgrade my weapon, right? So I did get 1 primal ancient out of doing Greater Rift 70, which was garbage. Of course, you know, most of the time it's garbage. And I used that primal, I used the dust from there, the ash from there on the altar upgrade that allows me to get shrines when I drink the flask. Potion. I have been interchanging games too much. Okay, there was another boss here. Did I kill all 3? Oh, I did kill all 3, okay. These are pretty big, by the way. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna die because Akarat is in cooldown. Okay, didn't die. That's great. Take a look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Legendaries. This is so lovely. But you know, I'm just wasting my own time here, guys. I definitely should have done some other build. I mean, the secret of getting decent Paragon is doing Great Rifts in about 1 minute, the highest that you can do, right? And in groups, that is about generally 130s or so. Yeah, the delay of Condemn is not really very good for this. Oh, I'm again full. Well, don't mind if I do. More legendaries. Fish are climbing up. It has started slowing down though. I'm guessing you'd be having problems at 95 or thereabouts. That's bad. Oh, Ancient Flail of the Charge. Why not? Ooh, that's the... I actually should, you know, utilize this for something. Okay, do I have anything else? I don't think I do. We have an Ancient Tusker and Theo. Oh, what are you missing? I'm guessing you have Nilfur already. Oh, I got the whole set. So funny. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Storm Armor. Yeah, 80% damage reduction. Wow. You still managed to do 80s. That's great, actually. Let me take a look at you. El Viso. The name. Oh. Why are your gems not maxed out? I mean, yeah, maybe this is an old snapshot, but okay, you kind of have everything other than the... You know about the conversion thingy, right? It's very simple, but a lot of people don't know about it. I mean, I meet people mid-season, they have really good gear, etc., and their gems are not maxed out. I'm like, how, right? Because my gems are maxed out by like 400 paragon. Most of the time. And of course, early season, you definitely do the, whenever a gem drops, you get another copy. The helmet, the emanating helmet for, the follower. That also makes a difference. Okay, it's over. Sadly, couldn't get a goblin one, but this is pretty fun. The only goblin that doesn't run away. I love it. This guy doesn't run away because he is the end of the. I mean, he does run away, but he doesn't open a portal and leave. I think that's the correct expression. So I used my first one on the oh no, I am full. Oh, those legends are gonna go to waste. That's a shame. I don't think I can come back in time, can I? Well, I can try. Haha. I mean, I am hurting for Forgotten Souls, guys. Path of the cheap ass. I also don't think I have shoulders here on the fella. Is it intelligence really? Come on, don't do intelligence, please. So guys, Templar strength is important because it scales the skills. Take a look at this. See? And I don't have a chest on him. Really? Okay, there you go. Oh. The chest doesn't work? He doesn't have legs either. Is it intelligence again? So guys, it's important to give the correct main stat to the guy. His weapon doesn't have it. That's okay. So guys, it makes a difference, as you can see, right? The duration of this stuff increases, the life regen, the healing increases. Yeah. I think you have to reach like 20,000 on the Templar. That's the cap because he gets 2.5 times the scaling that we do, and I think it's capped at it's capped at 50,000. So yeah. Okay, do I have an ancient weapon there? More strength is better. Do I have? Okay, gloves of worship. On this one, we don't have strength. I don't have a helmet either. Okay. So guys, we increased his potency of his healing by 10%. I think that's good. I don't have a chest for him, eh? Okay, so what don't we have strength on? His chest, his... Oh, Kratos Flame is not strength either, okay. Okay, whatever. So what's the situation now? I want some legs on him, I want some chest on him. Let me do it. chest. Okay, whatever. Okay, 18,000, that's nice. So yeah, the heal is from 300,000 to 360,000. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we don't care for those. Yeah, active shop indeed. But as I said, most people, don't know about it, right? I mean, I see people in the leaderboard and they are wearing, low quality gems, right? And as you can see, mine are done. Yeah, I was talking about, I think I changed it in the cube at the beginning of the season. Broken Crown or Leoric's Crown, I always confuse them. One of them increases the potency of the gem inside and one of them makes you drop another gem when you get a gem drop. That is pretty good early season. I believe Broken Crown is the one. Let me find it. Yes, Broken Crown. So early season, definitely. Yeah. No, there is another that gives you increased potency of your gems inside the helmet. See? You mean, I believe, Leoric's ring. I mean the helmet. Yeah. Oh, yes. Of course. But, the XP gems are garbage when it comes to, end game. I guess it's okay for leveling, but are you doing the cube recipe for that Hollow of Karine? Because, I know the pain of, having a missing build. And, one season, I could find you the season. I wanted to play a barbarian with, the set with two weapons, not Bulkatos, but Little Rogue and Slender, right? And, one season I wanted to try that. And I finished the entire frigging journey without one. Yep. I couldn't find it. And I can assure you that I used up every single resource available to me, right? I had 0 Forgotten Souls, 0 Veil Crystals, I had nothing. And I still couldn't find it. And I had to finish the season with Bulkatos. Can I find that? I mean, it would be some very old season. I don't think I can find it. But I couldn't get it. As you can see, I skipped season 2, I skipped season 8. And I played every single season. And I skipped 34, I guess. I thought I missed a little bit more, but yeah. I went for, and as you can see, generally what I go for is, I just finish the journey. I do some low 100s and get done with it. So this season is a season I tried for 150. As you can see, I went for 137. But lost my patience. But in these seasons, my Paragon is always low, right? Maybe 1,000 at best. But yeah, this one I went hard. Can I see it? Yeah, 2,500 Paragon. And let's take a look at these. 800 Paragon, 700 Paragon, 1,000 Paragon. So that is the season I kind of tried. 700, 800 Paragon, 1,000 Paragon. Generally, it's the same, right? But that season, I guess, yeah, that is another season I tried. I don't know why I didn't go higher. 135, I did 11 minutes. Yep, me too. Generally, that's what I do. But that season, I went for 150. I built a zero, the term ZDH, right? There is a support, Demon Hunter. Makes everyone take more damage, whatever it is, right? And I joined rounds with people. We were doing like 130 easy in 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. Yeah, that has a tendency to increase your Paragon count by a lot. And so, the pro guys out there, they get the stuff done a little bit quicker, but when it's your first 150, you kind of want to make it a sure thing. Yeah. So I did get it done once and never bothered again. But apparently every single set, every single class can do it. If you put your mind to it, of course. And of course, after you get your, altar done, after you get, a lot of Paragon, it will get easier. There was one guy that I know that was doing it on all classes and all sets. But of course, when the Paragon is 5,000, makes a difference. Thank you, Pontexa. Yeah, you are the reason that I left, by the way. You and the people like yourself. Off you go. Yep. Okay, now we can, this was actually unnecessary, but we can now go for it. So I should have a lot of Forgotten Souls. So I was, as I said, trying to craft an ancient Hellfire Amulet. Ooh, look at my boy, he does 140. Okay, let's grab these. Oh, yes. So, just so you can know, I used to stream Hearthstone in Turkish, right? And I did have you might have noticed that I do have quite a bit of followers. So I was rather big, right? In my prime time, I was having like 700-800 viewers simultaneously in the channel. And, it would go up to like 1,200 or something like that at best. And like about 3,000 people would come and go on the stream, right? But at some point it started being pretty bad, right? So I was playing Hearthstone, it was getting on my nerves big time. If you have ever played it, you will know what I'm talking about, right? The RNG, the annoyance factor. So and there was extremely little support, to speak of, right? And I brought it up to the guys. I'm like, guys, there is virtually no support, right? Now these are a little bit distasteful, but I was not making $1 per hour. And imagine that is with a 700, 500 viewer channel. 500, 700 people are simultaneously on your channel, right? And most people can make a living with that. Let alone making a living, I was not able to pay the power bill, right? And I did bring up to the people, right? I said, it's going very bad. And, I really play Hearthstone for you guys. I don't enjoy it myself. So, there has to be a little bit of support so I can go on, right? And then I kept going for about maybe 3 months. And nothing changed. And I'm like, okay, I'm out. So that's why the guy was being toxic, because he's not getting his free Hearthstone streams. He's getting salty. Yeah. And sadly, I had a lot of people like that idiot in the channel, so I didn't want to provide them with a free stream. That's why he was being. But this was about 2.5 years ago, right? I switched to a game called Raid, and then Okay, so let's go. So now I am broadcasting to like a few people, right? But I'm not getting annoyed. I'm not getting. But he still comes and attacks. Yeah. Kind of demonstrates what kind of perfect decision that was, right? Okay. Oh, you did? Okay, so I was a content creator for that game, right? I had like 20 to 25 viewers per day, right? I had a clan. I was running a clan, right? We were also pretty good. But the thing is, the game is a bit of a money trap, right? And the developers are a bit of scumbags, and they do, low life moves, and of course, over 2 years that has piled up, right? And all of a sudden, I had the same thing with Hearthstone, and in Raid, you do stuff to skull takeover. So in Hearthstone, for example, someone likes your stream and they support you by subscribing or something, and it's entirely a thing that they choose or not choose to do, right? I mean, they don't have to, because you do not provide anything for them but entertainment. But in Raid, you can actually do stuff for them, right? There are complicated things like speed tunes and whatnot, right? And I guess it's not bad form to say that I was good at that stuff, right? And I was doing takeovers for people, right? And for example, the guy wants an Ice Golem Hard 10 team, right? I give him one, they drop $20 or something like that, and there was some revenue involved there, and all of a sudden that stopped too, right? It was pretty bad. So I'm like, again, guys, I would rather play Diablo 4. I would rather play other games, right? Raid is getting to me. There has to be some support so I can go on, right? And of course, again, there was no support, so I left that as well. And right now there is zero support, but I am at least playing the stuff that I like. So if I'm playing something I like, I don't care if I'm getting compensated for it. But if I'm playing something that annoys me, there has to be compensation, right? I think that's fair to expect. Okay, so let's do the third. Oh, I did the third. Silly me. I mean, right now, I'm doing something I enjoy with people I like, right? And if they subscribe, they do. If they don't, they don't. I don't expect anything. Like, don't expect. Don't think that I'm entitled or something like that because of that idiot's comment, right? Yes, exactly. But one of the problems is it doesn't start that way, right? I was enjoying Raid, and I was named a content creator, right? It was going good, right? I had a clan. We were winning clan versus clans against the world's top clans. We actually won against some Chinese that were world number 8, right? So we were not that good. We were not that strong, and we were not spending on the level, right? On their level. But I have a nice strategy in which we last minute snipe CVCs. Be right back. I'll open the door. So what we did was we scored very modestly over the course of 2 days. If you remember, clan versus clans lasted 48 hours. And in the last 5 minutes, we would score millions and millions, right? And these Chinese were much, much stronger than we were. There was about a $100,000 account in their clan, right? That's how powerful they were. So in our clan, we had people that were spending about $1,000 a month. The whales in air quotes were several $1,000s per month. That's the highest, right? And they had people there that were spending much, much more, right? But thanks to our strategy, we won. Oh, that's not bad. The crit damage is a little bit low. I'll take a look at my daughter. Just a second. Yay, 40. Yeah. So I have been working hard at Path of Exile. I don't know if you took a look at my YouTube channel, but yeah, I have been uploading like mad there. Yes, it was Nil C. But I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing great anymore. The clan is a ghost clan. It's deserted. Guard of Johanna. Okay. Let's keep that. Fixing pants. I suppose we don't need that. Let's keep that as well. Oh, we have a strength Kratos flame now. Do we now? Okay. I actually could use the ancient versions, right? For more strength on the Templar. You want to cap his strength out. Okay, so now I should be able to craft an ancient Hellfire Amulet. Let's see how many I can craft. We have Valor. No, here. Okay, I'll just put it here. Okay, how many can I craft now? 4? Really? Okay. And I have 190 Forgotten Soul. Not that much. Okay. Please be ancient. Nope. Nope. Oh. That much grinding, I have 190? Oh my god. Oh no. I crafted so many. Screw you, game. Screw you. Go. Okay. Let's do another series of these. This is not a place to get stuck on. The hell is this? Hey, Dennis. Did you see the message I sent you? You did. Quality fellow, right? I mean, they take the time to join the stream and insult me. Unreal. I have one viewer and I am perfectly happy, right? I'm not complaining that I have one viewer, I have 2 viewers, whatever it is, right? I'm happy. And they are like, haha, you are greedy, blah, blah. Oh, these people, man. And that is probably the reason I don't think I will go back to Turkish streams. Ne var kızım? I'll take a look at my daughter. Dur geliyorum. Ne var? All right. I do get these like once per week, right? One man stream, blah blah, right? They are insulting me. I mean, I am choosing down to have less viewers. I mean, it's not something that's happening because I suck or anything. I just, choose to stay away from you people. Yeah. All right, one more. Can I please craft the damn ancient thing? Good God. Okay, buddy, let's go. These gatings, man. Okay, let's try crafting the thing again. Good God. I'll go one by one so I don't spend too many forgotten souls. I'll go superstitious and go 2. And of course, the moment I go 2, I get it. It's wasted. Okay, I'm fine with it. As long as the stupid thing is done. I'll go double bounty bags. Next up we have these stupid pages. Okay. Oh God, finally. Okay. Pages coming up. So for the pages we have to bring 4 different sets. I should have full sets, I'm guessing. I don't know which set doesn't count. I'm guessing Valor doesn't count. That's somewhat new. I do have Invoker here, Light here. What's the 4th set? And Roland. Okay. I forgot to salvage that one. Let's go. We go Act 1. Manor Courtyard. Yeah. And I'm not sure, even if I went for it, Dennis, that we would have 300, right? The Oryx Shinbone, it's not there. Okay. After this, we can start focusing on the journey, I suppose. That's not the one. This is not the one. I mean, I kind of need every single Forgotten Soul. So at some point, I was playing in a public game and the guy was dropping a lot of legendaries and I picked them up, right? And I was also feeling a little bit bad, feels like a bit of a beggar, but I thought, I could need these later. Yeah. Best decision ever, I guess. Okay, so we don't really have too many Invoker pieces, do we? That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. 4 different pieces, right? And I need 5. Okay. That's the 5th. Okay, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So the reason I don't need 6 is I have Ring of Royal Grandeur cubed, and this only cares about if you are getting the full set bonus. So it's not a big deal. Okay, that's done with. Okay. I'm guessing the valor doesn't count, so we go for light. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5. No, that's not 5. Yeah, I should have that. That's 5. Okay, that's light. Yeah, the full set. Let's go. And finally, we'll do Roland, the journey set. Garbage beyond measure Roland. I should have Roland somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, not 3 actually. 3, 4, 5. Okay. For the casuals, they have actually removed mastering a set dungeon from the journey. It feels so weird. Now it's only complete and it has been nerfed to hell a million times. Okay, so what do I want? I kind of want anything, I guess, at this point. Damage against it is 5%. That's good. Oh, Ancient Puzzle Ring. Okay, that's going to make me cry. There was actually one season in which, I just, stopped. Yeah. I just stopped because of this, right? I just couldn't get the Ancient Puzzle Ring. I guess I have a puzzle ring here, and I could re-roll it. Yeah. Re-rolling costs 50 Forgotten Souls. Ew. Ah, wow, lucky, nice, so early, so quick. As I said, I quit one season, I quit finishing the altar one season because of this. Okay, off you go, Ancient Puzzle Ring. Okay, well, we are pretty close to finishing it. Oh, you got Hollow of Karine. Yeah. It was such a... So, did you do the previous one? The previous one that was live at the season start. It made me cry. Oh my god, I had to do it 3 times over. It was so bad. Oh, you got the Ancient Puzzle, I see, okay. Did you do the previous challenge drift? Oh, it was awful. Awful. How many times did you have to restart? I think I had to restart 2 or 3 times. It was such an awful build. It was... Necromancer? What was it? I don't even recall, but it was awful. Okay, so we now need a lot of Forgotten Souls. Okay, let's take a look at the journey now. I haven't been... Complete any set dungeon. Okay, I can't. So let's find... It's in town. These are made so easy, guys. In here? In here, okay, that's it. Okay, let's see what it... Okay. Okay, so the good thing is, guys, so mastery... So there are 2 primary objectives here, right? And completion requires you do one of the primary objectives and complete in time limit. That's it, right? Mastery requires both primary objectives and kill every single enemy, right? And that was too much for the casual gamers, so they removed it. Now only completion is required, which is kind of like trivial. And the time limit was much stricter. So I am one of the first people to complete this ever. Now I'll show you the mastery rings I have. The date is like 2000. So it came out and I finished in 2 months or so. I'm talking about all of them, right? The wings I use right now, if you are familiar. I know it was much harder. Sets were a lot weaker. Also, the time was not 5 minutes. It was like 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. I'm not sure. So I just don't care, guys. I just kill the enemies and that's it, right? Because the first one is auto-complete because you are in permanently Akarat's champion anyway. This used to be quite challenging. Maddening questions. Okay, so I have to kill 32 more enemies and that's it. I'm not even trying to hit 10 enemies with Condemn here. Don't need to. Okay, that's it. I'm done. So if I portal out, is it done? Or I mean, does it reset or am I done? I guess we'll just be on the safe side and finish this. So those hit 10 enemies 10 times, that stuff is mighty annoying, guys. And you have to specifically design your build like for that. You know, back then, right now it's just face roll, right? I just went in with the same build that I use and it works. Normally you use stuff like Condemn's radius is increased, that sort of thing. More enemies and we are done. One enemy? Come on, don't do this to me. Oh my god. I don't want to wait 2 minutes. Can I find that enemy? Please? No? No. Oh no. And guys, I am not sure, so I feel like if I portal out, it will reset my progress. The sweep attack one was pretty annoying, I remember that one. Roland. Aha, finally. We got you, buddy. Alright, so what do we have next? We have Butcher. Let's go Butcher. That should complete Slayer for us. By the way, I like this lore stuff. You know, when you kill a monster for the first time, you know, there is some explanation about them. There are these small lores. Yeah, I like that stuff. You don't have that much in. Oh, we have enmity. I should definitely go into it, right? I mean, I am extremely short on Forgotten Souls and kind of everything. And I suppose some Primal Ancients wouldn't be amiss either. So the problem with, you know, going for the altar is, you know, I generally go for the journey and stop there. So finishing the altar does not hold much meaning for me because it happens, you know, very later on. And so guys, what you get out of finishing the altar is whenever you get a Primal Ancient, you get another copy, right? But the problem is by the time I am done, right? So yeah, unless I am going for Great Writ 150 or something like that, yeah, it doesn't hold too much meaning. I have picked the worst build in the game, I think. I don't think we can have any build that's worse than this one. for solo farming. Okay, well, I suppose the good thing about this is I'm getting some veiled crystals, and maybe I can recraft the stuff, because guys, I am wearing like 4 pieces of crafted gear, which means I can craft them primal ancient, I can craft them ancient, and I have none of them ancient, right? And as you can imagine, I did try crafting them, and thing is, guys, some of them are a little bit hard to get ancient properly, because on, for example, on helmet you want a lot of stuff, right? You want a socket, you want a crit chance, you want phalanx damage or whatever it is, right? But belts are, for example, very simple. Strength, vitality, percentage life, and all resistances, right? It is less likely to go wrong. And yeah, I have tried crafting them back then with no luck. And in the end, it will become, the journey will become, do a lot of greater rifts, because my gems are level 30 or something, and it will ask me to do level 70s or something like that, I'm guessing. Yeah, some of the sets are pretty annoying. For example, Uliana was very hard back then. There are a lot of grades and environmental hazards around, and it didn't allow you to take fire damage, right? And I actually found a nice workaround at the time. There is an amulet. There is a set of amulets that make you immune to a certain type of damage. And there is one that makes you immune to fire damage, so that's what I used there. Because it was pretty annoying, right? There were a lot of hazards and they were dealing fire damage, and it would immediately fail you. There was one that was the monk one. One of the monk ones required a lot of mobility, a lot of moving around, and it was very hard to master because you need to kill all enemies, right? And the workaround I found for that one was, so the monsters that were around were spawning monsters upon death, so there was a pretty high chance that you could miss 1 or 2 kills, right? And the way that mastery works is that you have to kill every single one of them within a timer that was much shorter. So the workaround I found was there were shrines in there, so I brought Nemesis bracers in there, right? And Nemesis bracers spawned some extra creatures, and they actually did count for the kills, so I was able to master. I believe that was the the crashing wave sort of thing. That set it was. When you are much weaker and the duration is about 2 minutes shorter, the mastery becomes pretty annoying. Yeah. That's done with. What was I doing now? I was going to kill the butcher, right? Okay. So that should get the Slayer part of the journey done. Then we will start requiring, I believe, conquests. We should have a few conquests at the ready. I think I got Avarice, the 50 million gold thingy. When you find goblin levels, it's pretty easily completed. Why can't I find the words? In the visions, yeah, visions of enmity. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, I have another, really? Thing is, if I actually was looking for these, I would have had to the reverse psychology stuff, guys. This is insane. I remember searching for these and not being able to find them for a very long time, and now I'm just finding them left and right. So as far as I know, the chances of you finding these is about once every 400 kills or something, and for some reasons elites don't count. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but that's what I remember, and I'm guessing it would be correct, because if I didn't know, I wouldn't remember a specific figure. And why edits are not allowed, you know, is beyond me. So edits are not opening this portal. Oh, look at my boy Fisher. Not bad. I think you caught up to me. I did 91 as my highest as well. By the way, did you try what I told you? You know, running at Torment 16 regular Rift to unlock all the difficulties up to Ace 75? Yeah, good job. You know, I would say go all in, right? Just gamble rings from Kadala and upgrade them into, you know, random uniques. Because, you know, a missing build is very painful. Yeah, and you are, you know, 5 times squishier without that hollow, if I recall the item correctly. That's the one that when the armor attacks someone that's some distance away, it gives you like 80% damage reduction. So that's something like that, right? That's the one, right? The storm armor, yeah. I mean, you did very good, in my opinion. You know, being 5 times more squishy than you should be is a problem. Are you going to cube it or are you going to use it? I guess you are going to use it because you would be cubing Ring of Royal Grandeur. Okay, then also the secondary row will be very important as well. So maybe you could consider, you know, upgrading into Primal Ancient. Because, you know, 60%, 80% will make a huge difference, for example. I don't know what the exact roll range was, but I think it could roll pretty low. 80% is probably cap. Yeah, I mean, if you get a bad percentage, you should definitely upgrade the ring because there is a huge difference. You know, a lot of people get confused about the maths there. You know, they think, you know, 60 and 80% are not that much different, but, you know, there is a huge difference. You actually take double damage for wearing a 60% one compared to an 80% one because, you know, people lose sight of the thing there. So the problem is that our perspective is what we take, right? And if you are using a 60% one, that means you are taking 40%, right? But if you are using an 80% one, you are taking 20%, and 40% is double of 20%. Yeah, it's a thing that a lot of people get confused on. Yeah, it's a 100%. That's literally it. That's the difference. If you are using a 60% one versus an 80% one, you will be taking double damage. You know, I'm a bit of a nerd, so I mean, if you ever, you know, visit my YouTube page, I'm sure you'll, you know, find it out for yourself. Oh, okay. Nice. By the way, I never use nerd as an insult. For me, it's a compliment, right? Let me show you the YouTube page if you wanna ever take a look at it. Is that the command? Yes. So the thing is, you know, my handle is Bashar Josh. By the way, that's my name. Bashar is my name, and Josh is the beginning of my surname. So, and, you know, for a long time I did stream in Turkish. I think I streamed in Turkish for about 9 years, right? 8.5 years or something like that. And I needed the English channel, and, you know, because the Turkish one was the default setting, so that has N in it, N at the end of it. Okay, what's this then? Okay. Oh, Akan helmet. I'm not using Akan helmet though, do I? Okay. It's actually a pretty decent one. It's actually better than mine. I roll that armor into crit chance, I suppose. Let's just keep it here. Yeah, let's just keep it here. Thank you very much. You didn't need to. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. You know, the thing is, my channel is actually very surprising for someone that's new because, you know, they come in, I have like 3 or 5 viewers, but there are 40,000 followers there, right? And if you are actually well versed with Twitch, the number of emotes I have is actually the emote capacity for someone with thousands of subscribers. The thing is, that stuff I have unlocked in my glory days, right? I had more than 1,000 subscribers at some point. Yeah, that's why the numbers are so big. And the thing is, in Hearthstone, there are tournaments called invitationals. They are held thrice per year, and 20 influential people across the world are invited, right? And there are the famous guys. There is Kriparian, there is Brian Kibler, there is Tice, and so on. And there are 2 or 3 spots reserved for underdogs, right? And so, I was invited once. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as I said, I got invited once. And, I mainly played arena. In Hearthstone, I'm never very good at ranked. And the thing is, that day, the stars aligned, and I beat everyone, right? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Everyone. I did 8-0, right? And as you can imagine, I won, right? And that was an event that was, followed worldwide at the time. That was in 2019. And yet that day I gained 13,000 followers. I mean, I was on to 29,000 at the time, and I was hoping to getting to 30,000. Yeah, and you can watch it, right? On my Turkish channel, you can watch it if you want. I mean, it would be in Turkish, but it's Hearthstone. And that day I had 2,200 viewers in here, the last game. And then, they invited me to Hearthstone's official channel. They did a small interview. And as I said, that day, 13,000 followers. So I went up to 42,000. And I then changed the language. So over time, I lost a lot of followers. So from 40,000, 42,000, I went down to 40,000. Yeah. And, it's very surprising that, I was there once and now I'm here. Yeah. But, I should have used that day to transition into English. That's for sure. Right? I kept that Turkish and I kept that streaming in Turkish. Yeah, and then it went all bad afterwards. Okay, we can take that here. What's that one? That one is also good. That one is better than mine. Crit cooldown. It's similar actually, but it is better. Yes, it's better. Okay, let's take this one off. Okay, do we have anything that's important here? No. Yeah, but imagine some people see me on Path of Exile on YouTube, right? And on YouTube there are like 1 or 2 viewers, and they come here, they're like 40,000 followers. Yeah. And 20 something emotes. Metin 2. No, Metin 2. I haven't played it. No. I play World of Warcraft. Wow, you know the Turkish game? How do you know that? No, I don't play. I only play the best one. When it comes to RPGs, MMOs, I just tried the Star Wars one years and years ago. You remember that one? Star Wars Galaxies, I believe it was called. And that was a good lesson to me, and I have never played anything other than World of Warcraft. The game was very actually cute, right? The campaign was very nice. I was a Sith. I was force choking people. I was enjoying myself. And then I get max level and like, there is nothing to do here, right? When you play World of Warcraft, you immediately start comparing the game to World of Warcraft, and sadly, everything just falls very short, right? When it comes to MMOs. So first of all, in World of Warcraft, there is infinite content in the end game, and no game can compare. Yeah, it was. So that is the Turkish version of World of Warcraft. If you are a bit of a cheap ass and you don't want to pay for the subscription, it's a pretty bad game. And the funny thing is, people actually spend money on that one as well. I mean, if you are going to spend money, just play the good one. There is Night Online, that's similar, right? Those are, I think, an acquired taste. And, I never bothered to acquire that taste because there is World of Warcraft and that's just better. That doesn't have strength on it. Okay. Let me see if we have any ancient stuff that we can give to the fella. Imperium Messenger. Is that a spear? It is a spear. And it has strength on it. Okay. Okay. So guys, the vitality doesn't mean anything because the guy is unkillable. But the more strength I can get, I guess I can also drop this in. Sure, why not? Metin 2, yeah. And that word means text. Metin. It's spelled like this. Where are you from? Northern Europe, I guess. Scandinavian. Dutch. If I might ask, of course. Ah, you're from the UK. Okay, okay. I mean, the good English, limits it generally to, Northern Europe. Scandinavians and the Dutch speak very good English. Obviously, UK does, right? It's your mother tongue. Shall I keep this, just in case? Okay, I will definitely keep these for the power. You're a Brit, eh? Funny story. Did you know that this was used in a single season? I used this garbage in one season. I believe it was season 6 or 7, right? And there was a build with monks, but this is so bad because, you have to score a non-crit 5 times in a row. And the problem is that we have a 5% base crit chance, so there is actually a good chance that we crit in one of those 5 hits, right? Yeah. I think I can find it actually. It should be season 6 or 7 or 8. I'm sure of the 3, but no, I skipped season 8, so it should be 7 maybe. 7? Do I have a monk here? Oh, I do have a monk. Yeah, that's it. But it's pretty old, so it doesn't show me what I did. Season 6, what do I have? I have a wizard, so it was season 7, yeah. It was in this season that I used the career. Paragon level 2700, gold collected 218 billion. And take a look at this. I was dissing them to you, if you recall. 5 million kills in a rift. Take a look at this. I have thousands of hours of playtime, and I don't have 5 million monsters killed globally. And they had an achievement that required you to kill 5 million monsters in rifts only. The dumbasses. Hardcore Paragon level, as you can see, just for the achievements. Shall we take a look at my playtime? I think it's going to be scary. I'm going to guess 2,500 hours. 200 hours Barbarian, 100 hour Crusader, 300 hours, 550 hours, 420 hours, approximately, of course. 520 hours, 630 hours, and yeah, 2,500 hours. I did get it right. Sadly, 2,500 hours. Yikes. Yeah, so my main in the pre-expansion was a wizard, when we had the auction house and whatnot. Yeah, half of that playtime is that wizard. 1,200 hours or so. Ooh, Fisher. What'd you get? Romancing the Stone. Okay, you are a little behind me. I'm on 330s, I think. Okay, anyway. I still haven't killed Butcher, have I? Damn, I'm taking it slow. Okay, let's go. And did I finish this? I haven't finished it, have I? Good God. I'm so chatty. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their main. As I said, my main is Wizard. But, you know, I wish they did at least small patches to this game, right? I think it's a great game, by the way. I love it. Like Diablo 3, I like it very much. I mean, some small changes, you know, some legendary gets buffed a little, some sets get buffed a little. They used to do that, but now it's just done, right? They even recycle old seasonal buffs. This is, I believe, season 19's mechanics. You know, the angels coming to assist you and whatnot. There should be one additional monster here that should be opening the portal to the next level. Yes, okay. That's the one, buddy. Do it. And Goblin and we are done. Oh no, Diablo 3 is great. It's very good actually. Perfectly, you know, solo friendly. I mean, there is no more solo friendly ARPG game. And I think I could say I played them all. So, for example, in Path of Exile, you can't get anything done if you are not trading. I like them both as well. I have a lot of playtime in Diablo 2 as well. As I said, for example, in Path of Exile 2, if you are not trading, nothing is going to get done. I know I'm not talking about, you know, selling what you found. That is, of course, you know, what a lot of people are doing. It's actually worse than that. You have to, you know, trade and profit, or you are not going to get a proper build. So, for example, my wealth in Path of Exile, 90% is profiting from trades and 10% is self-found drops. Okay. Yeah, I mean, doing the achievements in vanilla actually took away a lot of my time, and you know, they were very nasty at the time. Now they have been trivialized, but some of them were extremely hard. Okay, finally got this done. Only took me a million years. Done. Okay. The butcher is done. So this gets us done with Slayer. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Belial, Queen Arane, and convert a set item with Kanai's Cube. We don't need that, but I guess we can waste 10 Forgotten Souls and 10 Death's Breath. It can come in handy at times. Oculus Ring, 84%. Okay, that's a better Oculus Ring. 85 is capped. They nerfed this, right? That is one of the very, very few items that got nerfed in Diablo 3. It used to be 100%, I believe. Okay. Neanderthal. That's that stupid club. 842 strength. More than mine, sure. I mean, I'm just trying to cap the strength on the fella. Okay, there is nothing else. Let's just salvage them all. Hack. Okay, so we needed... Okay, let's do the set conversion. I'll just grab a random set here. If I can find 2 primal ancients, I guess I can unlock the other thing. Oh, I didn't have the Invoker Shoulder, did I? Okay, let's keep that. Okay, I'll just convert that. A lot of people don't also know this one. The conversion is actually very powerful. It doesn't give you an ancient, but it is very cheap and you can use it to complete the thing. Okay. Okay, so we do Queen Arena and Belial. Belial is easy. Let's just go to Belial first. It's a fixed spawn. Hey, Tolgajan, hello buddy. So Fisher, your name is an alternative spelling of Fisher, or does it have another story? I mean, guys, I'm actually a little bit embarrassed for having to go back and picking that random garbage legendary from the ground, but that's the situation I'm in, right? I am very short on Forgotten Souls and Veiled Crystals both. Bit embarrassing, okay. Oh, I see. You know, it's a different cultural thing, but you guys do have surnames based on, you know, your ancestors' professions. We also do, but much more rarely than you guys. It's interesting. And, you know, when I made that statement, I thought, what kind of surnames we have? It's a little bit distributed, right? I mean, I don't think so. We don't have a surname like Carpenter. We don't have a surname like Fisher. I mean, we could have Fisher, but very rare, right? Not as common as you guys. We do have a surname Sword, for example. Very different from you guys, right? You guys don't have Sword as a surname. We do have Sword is very popular. The weird thing is we have Lighter as a surname, but you know, Lighter as a synonymous word, it does mean a little bit different things in Turkish, but we do have. You know, we also have some weird disabled surnames. So for example, we have Limp. Limp is a relatively common surname in Turkey. I don't know why, you know, you would pick a disability as your surname, but yeah, we do have Limp. You know, as in limping. Okay, now we go Queen Arane and I will cry. I hate Queen Arane. Maybe a bounty? Nope. Yeah, of course, Fisher with a C is the German spelling, and you know, English is a Germanic language. But you know, generally, you know, most languages are the mix of a lot of languages. You guys were under the Roman invasion for a long time. Right? There's the Scots there's the Welsh there, and we have been under the invasion of the, you know, the Crusades as well. We were, you know, close neighbors with Persia. Efendim kızım. Let me take a look at my daughter. She's acting up. The wife has gone to, I believe, Miami, and the mother-in-law is sitting her, so yeah, she gets a little bit cranky. Ne var?
Yalnız kalamıyor ya.
Şunu hadi. Okay, ditched her. We have the son of thingy a lot. So for example, my surname is like that. It means son of sprightly. It's an interesting surname, actually. Yeah, sprightly doesn't actually is not the perfect translation, but you know, it's as close as English gets to that word. Oh, hold up. Where is the... Okay. Oh, come on. You see this troll? It's very hard to click on the chest. Thankfully, I was able to. Okay, go. Oh, I didn't kill everything, did I? That was a mistake. 96. Without Hollow of Karine? Wow. Yeah, I would say just go all in. Yeah. I would say just go all in. I think you did very good. So what was I doing again? Because before we had another enmity, I was going to Queen Arena, I think. Blizzard and their bad wordplays. Hammer Jammers. And take a look at these, the flavor text. Stop hammer time. I think they actually changed that. I think it used to be something like, you cannot touch these pants. You know, can't touch this. MC hammer. Evet. 7. Olur deneysiz. Yeah. Can I find it? Diablo 3 Hammer Jammers flavor text. These large pants cannot be touched. And I don't know what it was that made the change necessary, but yeah. These large pants cannot be touched. That was the old flavor text. Yeah, Blizzard and their bad wordplays. Okay, so I was going for Queen Arena, right? Let me go again. Did they really increase the spawn chance of these Visions of Enmity? Because, you know, this is unreal, right? Or, you know, my mind is playing tricks on me because I'm not looking for them. I mean, I recall, you know, having cleared a lot of areas and having not found a single one, right? And, you know, 1 in 400 is kind of like that. It's pretty rare. Yeah, right? You have the same thing. Yeah. You know, and you are in a public bounty game, right? And you want the bounties to be done with because you are looking for the puzzling, and the damn thing opens and everyone goes inside and you're like cussing between your teeth, right? I had the exact same thing, by the way, this season. By the way, do you have the unkillable relic on your Templar? I would probably. You know, I can give you a simple tip of getting it because, you know, not having it causes a bit of a problem. So it's very simple actually, but you do the legendary upgrade on the Templar relic and there is a 33% chance that you hit it. Because it makes a difference, right? Your Nemesis braces will stop from working. If you have Unity, that stops working. And it actually gives you a lot of discomfort when you don't have it. So yeah, that's what I do. I use the legendary upgrade and there is a 33% chance that you hit it, oh yeah, it's pretty important. If you don't have it, it can get pretty annoying. So, as I said, I just sacrifice the materials. You can also craft them at the blacksmith, right? So I don't want to be, looking like condescending, but these are simple stuff that people don't pay attention to, and sometimes they can make a difference. That's why I'm telling you. Okay. Also, flavor of time is extremely important. Imagine you are at the foot of a pylon, and the Templar is dead, and then it doesn't work. The flavor of time. He has to be alive. Okay, so what remains? 3 gems to 35. And how close am I? Okay, I'll do something like 80. I don't want to go too high. Let's go 80. Let's go 90. Will I have the gold for it? I guess I will. Not sure. It takes 60 million gold. I suppose I will have the gold. Yeah. I would definitely suggest this route to you. At the early season, it takes like 2-3 tries at the, well, I'm not going to say at the worst, because sometimes you could get unlucky, but it does get you that pretty early, and without it, it actually is a problem. So slow, but so efficient, guys. Bang, all of them go. Yep. Off you go. Yep. Off you go, gents. Yeah, guys, so it is mighty powerful in high greater rifts, but mobility sucks big time. I mean, if I want to play the season a little bit more, I definitely will have to do a different variant here. So another, thing I remember, guys, is I think the biggest amount of loot drops from Greater Rift 90. So the loot doesn't get any better after Greater Rift 90. That's why I'm trying to do 90. It's a tad little slow though. Off you go. I like this, Omo Shinderu stuff here. You just do the thing and run away and they die. And that's why we actually utilize the gem that does more damage to enemies that are far. So this is a melee build, guys, but we actually use that gem, the Stone of Vengeance. Hey, Oğuzcan.
Well met.
Is that you, Yona? I remember something. You changed your name or something like that. And I still remember your brother changing your name into Murloc Yona and you had to stick with it for 2 months. And I think you beat him up for it. I'll never forget that. It's such a good memory. I remember your name. What the hell is Murloc? Why did you change your name into that? And you said, my brother did it and I beat him. And you had to show up as Murloc, for 2 months. Welcome back. Missed you, buddy. Off you go. Okay. So 5 minutes, guys. It's terrible. It's 4 minutes. It's very, very bad. Yeah, it has to be much, much faster. Off you go, off you go. This is unbearable because it will ask me to do like 70 or something. I will have to do tens and tens more of these. God, so bad. Four minutes. It's pretty bad. Okay. Hey! Indeed. Thank you, Ozcan. Thank you, buddy. Our follower cannot die. Okay, I don't have more strength there. I'll just let all of these go, I suppose. Okay. So can I craft anything better here? Let me try the belt. I can craft only 7 because I don't have the frigging belt crystals. No ancient. Can we get anything of importance here? No, we can't. Okay. I crafted so many of these guys. So many. And not one ancient. Aha! You have to complain, guys. You have to complain. That's how it goes. The way of the world. Okay. Thank you. Let's see what we get here. I don't think we can get all resistance, so we have to get... Oh my god, I can't revert because I don't have veil crystals? Oh god. So pathetic. Okay, sure. Ah. I'll save it. I mean, if I do 80, is it any faster? What is my Forgotten Soul situation? 82, it's terrible. I did pick the wrong build, guys, definitely. And I'm too lazy to do another build that has high mobility. So the thing is, guys, you want about 1 minute or close to 1 minute clear time in the face roll Great Rifts, and you just saw mine was about 4 minutes. Now I could get it a little bit better, but that's about it, right? Even 3 minutes would be a stretch. The condemned explosion delay is a huge problem. I suppose the stacks that we are building up will help a little. They give us damage up, etc. Hey Zares, hello buddy. Hey, no killing. Okay, this will be somewhat faster than the previous one. I guess maybe we could stick to 80s. At 90 it does get a little bit slow. It shouldn't, but yeah, my gear is not very ideal. I am missing a lot of strength because I just don't have the stupid ecoin nightmares. They don't drop for me. Rift Guardian, okay. Bring it, Rift Guardian. Off you go. Dedge. Okay. 3 minutes. That's more like it. But guys, I think that's about the fastest, right? I can get maybe a little bit faster, but 3 minutes. I don't think I can go down from that. Okay. Okay. Let's get 35. Okay, that finishes that part of the journey. GG easy. We got a stupid portrait frame here. Hey, welcome back. So I finished my champion and now we are going to destroyer. Asmodan. Yeah, I mean guys, because I am very familiar with the process of the journey, I had some of the stuff done earlier. Okay, so we are also capping our thingies. So Fisher, do you know the amount of blood shards that you have to spend on average in order to get a primal ancient from Kadala? I think it's, and obviously you are going for the cheap stuff, right? 25. I think it's 1 in 5, 50,000 or so. 50,000 or so. Because with the upgrade from the altar that doubles your chances of getting legendaries from Kadala, you have a 20% chance of hitting a legendary, right? And there is a 1 in 10% chance that you get an ancient, and then there is a 1 in 40 chance to get a primal. So that, and multiply by that 25, that adds up to 50,000. Of course, no, please. I'm a nerd. Big fat nerd. PhD and all. The whole package. Okay, how much strength is that? That's more than mine? Yes, give me. Okay, it's almost capped. That's nice. I don't play strength characters too often, so hey, that's actually better than mine. No. It's, I mean, infinitesimal, right? There's no need. But I guess I could save it. So the reason I'm not saving, guys, is, I need literally the one forgotten soul. So yeah, I try to, use them as much as I can. And obviously it doubles up if you don't have it, but why would you not have it, right? It's the thing that you should go for the first. So what would I gamble? I would gamble a chest. And my chest is bad because I could have 15% condemn damage on it. I don't have it. So let's just gamble a chest. Ancient Cinder Coat. Okay, that's worth keeping. I haven't taken a look at, but if there is, the no set, do Great Rift 45 or something like that, it would be of use there. I have kept a Cinder Coat. I could do away with that one. You should take a look at my nerdy videos on YouTube. I even put the nerd alert because, some people do not like calculation, and I'm like, just let me warn you before you click on this video, right? There is a nerd alert in there. There's a lot of calculation going on. If you don't like that stuff, just don't click on it. And, I still managed to get insulted for it. Right? Even though I've warned people, in the thumbnail. Okay, we have a Roland. You don't care. No, that's light, right? That's light. Okay, that's us done for the time being. So I'll go Asmodan, and then I have to do Great Rifts again. And then I might need, oh no, that's gone. I went to the wrong place. And there was a one video that was very calculated. That a lot of calculation was needed. I put a picture of myself there, and I wrote mega nerd alert. Right? Just a clear. Again, another another enmity. I just want to do my journey. But I of course need this, right? Right now on the altar I need to provide 300 forgotten souls, which I am nowhere near. I can't skip. I don't have the luxury to skip. And yeah, what I'm thinking about this season is I will provide a guide for this build, right? And I will say 10 likes, and I do the the Roland video, 10 likes, and I do the Valerie video. So I think I should have some resources ready to go. Oh, Fisher completes classic collection. Which set did you get? Where? Dalsir is such a bad set, man. I hate it. You have to play with slow time. Such an ugly set. It never clicked to me. Yeah, Talvashi is your end game set anyway. By the way, I think when I did 150 myself, I think it was, the Talvashi Meteor build, but I think I did it setless. And also, the thing that you get out of doing those so many great rifts is that your gems become 150, and you have, 625 intelligence, strength, dexterity, whatever it is. Imprinted on all of your items, everything goes ancient, right? There is a lot of difference. So for example, I do not have a single 125 strength enchant here, Kaldezan. I have just found none of those, not one. I think someone opened Echoing Nightmare, that was the name. I think someone opened for me, and it was somewhat earlier in the season. I think we were able to get to 93 or something, and that's it. I do not have one, right? And I have 93, I remember it correctly. And if I had it, I would do it here, I would do it here, right? And thing is, the Kaldezan's Despair has a very nice combo with the Guardian set, because it actually counts the Kaldezan's Despair as on your gear, right? It doesn't strictly mean the strength that is embedded into your gear, right? So it doubles it. So, a single Kaldezan means 1,250 strength for me. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I'm a bit of a nerd, so I look into everything. I know I can't prove it right now, right? You just don't have to take my word for it. Take a look at my strength here. So I have 845 strength here, and I have 465 strength there. Add those up. That adds to 1,310, I think, right? And so when I take this away, I should be losing 2,600 strength, right? If I lose 1,700 strength, that means it doesn't work. Let's take a look at this. 23,000 strength, 20,400 strength, right? So I get 2,700 strength, which is, no, it's correct. The scientist doesn't make bold claims but proves them. I actually am a scientist. Okay, there is nothing. It's the boss floor, right? Yeah, I should have just gone inside. I'm an astronomer. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a nice subject. I obviously like it. I guess it goes without saying. That's a good amount of uniques. I'm building towards the 300 Forgotten Souls. You know, that puzzle ring, if it didn't roll so quick, I think I would have, you know, just done the guide for the account. But when we got it so quick, it encouraged me. Because as I said, I had to quit one season like that, and it was extremely frustrating for me. And I used everything, right? I used my Forgotten Souls to upgrade, reroll the puzzle ring. I used my dead spread to upgrade random rare rings into uniques, just to find the frigging ancient puzzle ring, and I just couldn't. Oh, I'm dying. Okay, dodged. You're dying. I don't want to die. Okay, thank you. I mean, I think I am in the neighborhood of actually deserving a Primal Ancient now. I mean, I did find a lot of legendaries, right? I can't expect the 1 in 400 to go off. So what do we have here? Okay, I found something new. Crown's buff belt. That's a lot of strength. Can I? Of course I can. Why can't I? Where is it? There. Okay, strength is almost capped out. What else do I have? Monster Hunter. Need. Oh, hey, there is an accounting. Oh, I have an upgrade. I have a strict upgrade. Wow. Welcome. Okay, I have also a shoulder. The shoulder is also better than mine? Yes. Do I want to roll the cooldown reduction? That's something to consider, actually. I could let the vitality go and roll into cooldown reduction. My cooldowns are kind of okay. I could let it go as well. Okay, let's think about that. Okay, first of all, let's dump these here. Okay. I maybe should have kept that Grand Vizier actually, in case I want to play Wizard, but probably not, right? Probably not. Okay, so that leg goes in, right, immediately. It even has the... So Fishers, another thing that is a somewhat rare bit of knowledge, did you know on boots, on legs, and on belt, all resistance can appear as you get the item, but you cannot roll it as part of the enchant mechanic. Did you know this? So you can have the item drop for you with all res, but you cannot roll all res via, you know, the enchanting mechanic. Yeah. No, that is actually what my entirety of my videos are based on, right? I'm pretty observant, and I know I find out stuff, right? And I'm like, if people don't know about this, let me do a video about this, right? That's my Path of Exile videos all about. Yeah, of course, secondary resistances, secondary rolls are, their own thing, right? You can roll globes do increase healing, globe pickup radius, single resistance, level requirement reduce. I mean, it does minor stuff, and then you can't roll all the rest there. And that's why it's important that you actually get the item with all res on it. Okay, so about this one. So how much cooldown reduction do I have here? Should be around 50%, I think. 56.21%. And if I take it off, it will probably be like 53, 52%. 52% sounds more like it. 53%, yeah. Okay, so it's not a huge loss. Oh, is that real? I didn't know that. Now you have told me something. Oh, really now? If you have secondary single resist, you cannot roll all resist on it? Wow, that's new to me. But I guess helmets can't do it anyway. Interesting. Wow, it appears correct at the very least. Wow. Really, yeah, and it also clicked the right way into my, intuition of the game. Wow, that's very nice. Thank you very much. Well, now that you mention it, could be, right? I'm not going to say it's not possible. Okay, so do I want to keep it as it is, or do I want to roll that vitality into cooldown reduction? I suppose the best solution is just to play it as it is for a few rounds. Okay, so I am getting incrementally stronger, eh? Okay, let's save this just in case. Okay. Okay, was I done here? No, I wasn't done. Okay, let's go. How many do I have now? 133. Not even halfway. Okay. Two more. One more. Bring it. That's a good amount, is it not? Yeah, I need a few goblin floors. And the problem is I don't think I would be very good at clearing goblin floors here. Alright. I can't skip a single monster here, guys. I need the Forgotten Souls, and they chose to not drop a single one. Scumbags. Buddy, you drop me one, please. Off you go. Really? That's rude. That's just very rude of you. It's not like it. And I can't even utilize my death spread to get my hands on more Forgotten Souls because I also don't have Veiled Crystals either. Yeah. Suffering is real. I think we are definitely due for a Primal Ancient though. Definitely. You can roll always on yours. Very nice. Now that's why we share information, right? To arrive at more definite and exact knowledge. Thank you. You know, I'm not one of those poppycock guys. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay, actually, we have a bit more room. I did accidentally click on some. So the secondary has single resist on it, and you cannot roll all resistance on it. I guess that was the case. Yeah, and I took that as a fact, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, all of this stuff is, you know, I don't read this stuff anywhere, right? I just arrive at conclusions that seem likely from observing. And yeah, the rule I arrived at was wrong. Still though, I mean, learning something after 13 years was a good deal. Because that stuff is a little bit too specific and you cannot really find out about those, right? And you know, as I said, if you ever have the time and check my Path of Exile videos, my Path of Exile videos are like that, right? I play the game, I found out about stuff, and you know, I do the videos about stuff so, you know, people can also learn about that stuff. And sometimes, you know, I'm wrong and, you know, someone corrects me and, you know, I improve my knowledge, all the better. And Path of Exile is so complicated. A bit much, actually. Okay, so what do we have? Will of the Light. Will of the Light is the glove, okay? But that's a bad glove, right? No, we no need to keep it. What about that one? No. We can just salvage it all, I think. It is. You know, what's that passive tree, for example? Why do we have 1,300 skills on it? Right? That is a big turn off, I would say. People get intimidated by it, and you know, they have every right to be. It is intimidating. Why? And you should have seen the way the game was upon release. I did tell you, you know, yesterday, but you know, when I'm talking, I can explain it a little bit better. So in season 0, right, that's what I termed the first season because it actually was not a season. So in season 0, we had some decent builds, right, and we were, I would say, powerful-ish, right, at the time. And they were like, okay, we will nerf all of these to the ground. You know, some of them stopped existing. They broke the mechanics that they made those builds tick, right? And the others were, you know, rendered unplayable, right? And, you know, I can, I guess, demonstrate an example. There was a ring that was very valuable that gave you a lot of mana, and Path of Exile is largely based on Diablo 2, right? So the mana regeneration formula is based on the amount of mana that you have. So, for example, in Diablo 2, it was you would regenerate your full mana in 2 minutes, right? However much mana you had. So if you had 120 mana, you would regenerate 1 mana per second. And if you had 960 mana, you would regenerate 8 mana per second, right? That's how it went in Diablo 2. And in Path of Exile, it's similar, right? So there was a ring that gave you max mana, right? And it was pretty nice. Okay. Do I want to go for this? I mean, not the end of the world, I guess. I mean, it does give Templars more strength, but okay, we cannot replace Nemesis. And that item, so that item was very popular and very valuable. So I don't know if you are familiar with, Path of Exile currency. So, I will use, relative terms. So that item lost value, and I'm not going to exaggerate this number. It lost value about 1,000 times. So it was worth something, right? It was worth 1,000 of something. And now these days it's barely worth 1. And thing is, imagine, this was not a very specific item. It was an item that increases mana, which was, useful for almost all casters, right? If it was a specific build, could have been logical, right? But it was working for all casters, and they nerfed all casters so much, the item was unplayable. Now it has just, some sort of collection value. Okay, so Gabriel Van Braces. I guess I could. A lot of off-class drops. Do I have this somewhere? I think I should have one of these. But it's not ancient. Okay, let's just do the ancient one as well then. Wow. Ancient puzzle ring rotation. I would love to get in on that action, but I don't think I have a normal one. Okay, so what's the situation now? Okay, so what I was trying to do again was Asmodan. Okay. So these days, Fisher, my old viewers ask me to play Hearthstone, and I'm like, okay, no, I will put up a donation, but if it fills, I will play. If I'm going to get annoyed, at least let me be compensated for it. Hey Dana, how's it going? Did you do your triathlon stuff? DMC is one of my, raid buddies. They have all deserted me except for DMC and one other friend. Yeah. Triathlon stuff. You were going to run a triathlon, I think? No? Do you say run for it? I don't know if you say run, but... You kind of run, bike, and swim, I suppose. I guess I'll stick to 80s. So how many do I need? I need 3 of these to hit the 40s, right? Do I need to hit 30s or 45s, actually? Okay, I need to run 6 then. And running them slow is so silly, but... 3rd place out of 87 people. And what was your duration then? Very impressive. 2 hours and 35 minutes. And so it was 20 kilometers biking, 1 mile swimming, and something like that. How much was it? Unreal. You are so fit. 1 mile swim, 40 kilometer bike. Wow. 10 kilometer run. Whoa, wow, buddy. Wow. Insane. Hats off. I probably could not complete any one portion of that. The highest chance is for the swim, but I don't think I can do a mile. So the mile is, which mile is this? Is it the mile that is 1,452 meters or 1,609 meters? Which one is it? One of them is the American mile and the other is the land mile or something like that. I always confuse the two. The nautical mile I do not confuse. Yeah. The run, I'm sure. The swim, I could swim, but I think I could swim a few hundred meters, right? A mile would be out of my league without practice. Run is absolutely impossible, yeah. And the 40 kilometer bike, I never tried to bike a lot, but, again, 40 kilometers does sound like a lot. Wow, good job, man. And you did it in 2.5 hours. Unreal. Well, 1,545 yards does sound like the 1,452 meters. That's the American land mile, I think. There is another that's 1,609 meters, and then there is the nautical mile that's 1,872 meters. That actually is not a silly unit like the other imperial system, guys. Now, let me amaze you with my nerdiness. So that's actually something astronomical, right? Kind of. So, navigation, seamanship and astronomy are pretty tied to each other, right? Those guys actually have to use, and they take astronomical classes, right? They use the sun to navigate if, the GPSs are not working, etc. So the thing is, guys, the nautical mile is actually this. If you travel with 60 knots, right? 60 nautical miles per hour, right? You would be traversing 1 degree's worth of distance on the Earth's equator, right? So, 1 nautical mile is actually 1/60th of that, which is called an arc minute. So, you take the number of degrees in a circle, that is 360, and number of arc minutes in a degree, that's also 60. 360 times 60 is 21,600, and you divide it by the Earth's equator, which is 40,076 kilometers, and you end up at 1,872 meters exact. It's pretty beautiful. So guys, going with 30 knots means if you were traveling on the Earth's equator, it would take you 2 hours to travel 1 degree's worth of distance. Nerdiness complete. I leave you to your regular dialogues. And I'm talking way too much. I need some drink. Let me grab a Coke. $26.77 miles. Oh, okay. So that 6 miles means you use the 1,609 meter mile actually, because that converts into almost 10 kilometers. I see. Bit inconsistent. I guess it wasn't very professional. Be right back. Very nice. You had played Raid, eh, Fisher? So what did you tell me? When did you play? Did you do Synchronos and whatnot? Did you do the hard mode dungeons? I should be waiting, but I kind of want to distribute them immediately. Okay, so what do I want to do now? I want to do more Great Rift so I could get my gems to 45, right? And what would I have? I would need one more conquest, I'm supposing. Oh, I did do 2 conquests, okay? Whichever they were. I'm guessing it was the Great Rift completion and Avarice. Okay, we have nothing else. And then I would have to extract some more powers and gems to 70. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so I did complete 3 conquests this season. What the heck? Which conquest did I complete? These are laughable, yeah. So these used to be real conquests, right, back then. And they haven't been updating it for like 8 years, maybe? Yeah, it's a little bit laughable. So my journey is basically done. I just have to do some Great Rifts, that's it. So what I did was, on the February of 2023, I quit my Turkish streams, I switched to English and I switched to Raid, both at once. And at the time I was relatively big, so I was featured on the main page of Twitch, so I had thousands of viewers, right? And you know, the funny thing is, I was very new to Raid and I was a noob myself, and you know, a lot of the, you know, sharks of the game, they were jumping in my channel and they were getting very surprised because I was a noob and I had thousands of viewers. And because the, you know, Raid is not a very popular game on Twitch, you know, even the most famous guy never gets featured on the main page, right? Because they never reach thousands, right? The best they can reach is, you know, low hundreds, right? 100, 200 viewers. So they never get featured. So they were very surprised that I was on about 1,000 viewers, right? I thought it would be a good idea to build some audience with the main page promotion. It wasn't a good idea. I didn't, right? But, you know, as time passed, you know, I have a tendency. I did get good at the game, and that drew some people in the channel. Then I, you know, recruited them. I made my own clan. You know, DMC is one of those people. And sadly, the bastards have deserted me. When Raid was done, you know, they were done as well. You know, most of them. There is only DMC, Terran, and maybe Schwagins shows up sometimes. You know, the 3 of those people show up. Yeah. So I played from 2023 Hold up, I played from 2022 to 2024. I guess 23 and 25, yeah. Yeah, it came out in 2019, I think, and there were a lot of features didn't exist, yeah. And it asked for a lot of money. There is also that, yeah. And it also is very complicated. So, for example, I'm sure you remember the clan boss, the demon lord, right? There were 2 teams there, right? So, if you do everything right with the right champions, he was never able to hit you, right? That was a pretty important thing, and that it was also pretty complicated to set up. So I was doing those for people for $20 or something. Yeah. And I was also guaranteeing success, right? My general move is, I hate not being able to deliver on my promises. So, unlike most people on the world, what I do is I think before I make the promise, not after, right? Because, there are a lot of people that do that. Fisher, I'll do this for you. And then you actually ask them for it. And they're like, Fisher, maybe, right? They don't want to deliver it, or maybe they can't deliver it. I never do that, right? I always think first, am I able to back this promise? And if I'm not, I just say, okay, I just can't do this, I'm sorry, right? So no one is, disappointed by a lot. And I can tell you, I did takeovers for 2 years, and I think Dana can vouch for me here, DMC. I have not failed one. And there were some people that asked impossible stuff of me, and I'm like, okay, keep your money. That's not possible. I can't do that, right? And I don't think it can be done. So, because, money kind of throws off calculations, right? Someone could be like, I'll do that. Okay, give me your money. And then they fail. And, that is very, very embarrassing. And I don't think I could take that. I don't think I could live with myself if that happens. So, yeah, so I always think about the cost beforehand, and when the devil comes to collect, so to speak, I'm ready to pay. So, for example, I did that in my Path of Exile videos a few times. People ask for written guides, right? I mean, I do a 1-hour video on the guide, right, on a build, and Path of Exile builds are very complicated. The skill gems, the passive tree, the inner workings of the mechanics. And you also might have noticed that I do talk a lot. So even if I do a Diablo guide, it would be, I don't know, like 20, 30 minutes, I'm guessing. But for Path of Exile, they are longer. But the problem is, you might have noticed that, I have a desire to reach exact and definite knowledge, right? So I also try to keep my guides that way, and they try to be pretty long. They tend to be pretty long, right? And the written ones, it gets even worse because, I just want to leave nothing out. And as to not omit anything, they are very costly to me, time-wise, right? They take like 4 or 5 hours. You'd have a lot of fun dealing with this hard mode factions war crap. I'm sure I would. You do have that fun for me, please. Enjoy it for me as well. Enjoy, in air quotes. We do have Exarian. That's a garbage sword, okay. We have an Akarat item? Oh, Akarat. Akarat, that's the guy we have in Diablo 4, right? The avatar, the lion fella. So the point I was arriving at is a written guide destroys me, right? It takes a long time. So I don't want to do them, right? Short and short. But also, of course, people ask for them. So, I give them an option. I say 50 likes and, I keep the requirement a little bit steep because it is, as I said, painful for me. So I say 50 likes and I'll do the guide. And then I start praying that it doesn't reach 50 likes. I can show you, a few of them. Yeah, 5-6 hours. Takes a very long time because, most people, what they do is, the build plays like this. I mean, I know the build plays like this, but I can't see the skills, right? But, they are lazy and, they don't want to do the hard work, so they omit a lot of stuff. So,
Hasta da var sonundan da ya.
okay. No, actually, I could just show you. Is that mine? Yeah. Fisher, if you're here. Oh, you were just doing the thing that I was. I mean, just click on that link and you'll see what I mean. I mean, I can't half-ass it, right? I don't have it in me. I'm like, no, I didn't mention this small interaction, right? And for example, I include price checks for the stuff, right? So for example, they want to play my build, but they don't know how much it costs. I'm like, whole price check deal, right? That's 2 to 3 divine, that's 4 to 5 divine, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, it blows out of proportion and it does take a long time to complete. Yeah. And so these days I'm just putting up the build guide and then I'm like, okay, 50 likes and I'll do the guide, the written guide. And thankfully they don't reach 50 likes. And I suppose if they do, it's another something. I told you, 6 hours or something, and I'm a smart fella. Yeah, so the thing is, the people in Path of Exile are masterometers, my friend, Fisher. I mean, I'm like, how the hell does that happen, right? I take a look and I can understand it, right? And, that's what started me to, So, thing is, I was not trusting myself, right? I said, I'm not really very good at the game. I shouldn't be doing guides. But when I saw the, in air quotes, the pros doing the guides, I'm like, these are garbage. He omits half of the information that you read it and you can't understand what's going on, right? Because it's missing, it's redacted. It's terrible, right? And I'm like, okay, no, this is bad. I just will do my own stuff. So for example, just let me give you an example. This build's strongest build is Lightning Spear. It's actually the same as Diablo 4 if you have played it. It's based on something called frenzy charges. Maybe you would remember it from Path of Exile 1. There were small circles rotating around your power charges, frenzy charges, and endurance charges. And, this build is based on frenzy charges. And none of the builds, right? None of the builds, not one of the, guides out there, right? The ones I have seen at least, the ones from the famous fellas, not one of them explains how you get your frenzy charges. Their builds gain frenzy charges, right? There is no problem with that. But they do not explain how it works. And, if you get it wrong, because it's not explained to you, the build becomes dysfunctional, right? And I actually did a, video for this. And, I do videos for the simplest stuff, right? If I think that people can miss something on it and most of them get stuck in, like 100 views or so, they are not really very popular. This one was actually very popular, and I did get comments like, my build was not working thanks to you. I don't have to delete my character, blah blah, that sort of stuff. And of course, it's a good feeling having helped out some people. I made a specific video for how do lightning spear builds gain their frenzy charges, right? That's specific because it's not explained anywhere. Yeah, and now I kind of don't want to do it, but also I don't want to refuse the guys, so I'm like, okay, get a good amount of likes and I'll do it. That was my first guide, the one I showed you. Then there was another. I was a little bit silly to, keep the like count very low. They immediately delivered and they're like, where is our guide, buddy? And I'm like, okay, sure. I mean, I did promise and I will deliver. And after delivering, I said, okay, I should make this a little bit harder, so because I don't want to do the guides for every single build of mine. Because the thing is, I explain everything in the video anyway, right? But of course, a written guide is more convenient because you just don't have to find the exact right timestamp and you can just read about stuff. Yeah. So we'll see. So in Path of Exile, I'm trying to make I'm actually trying to establish an encyclopedia there, which everything is explained. And as you can imagine, that required me to do some really simple videos. And for those videos, I put up a Captain Obvious there, the meme. And I tag them as basic stuff. And still I managed to get insulted. This is very basic. Why do you explain 15 minutes explaining? I know it's basic. I put Captain Obvious there. And I tagged it as, the basics videos. If it's beneath you, then just don't watch it, right? No need to insult me. Yeah, people are funny on the internet. They are looking out for an excuse to insult people. I'm never claiming it is rocket science, right? The omission, or they omit very hard, let me tell you. Yep, exactly. I suffered from that. And that's when I was like, okay, I'll just do my own. So, people do not have to suffer like I did. Yeah, they assume a lot, right? And the thing is, the game just came out in December, right? Yep, exactly. And so now I include everything here. So, I had that myself. There is a guy called Fobgun, very famous. I'm sure you have heard of him if you have, ever follow Path of Exile. And so I was trying to follow a guide of his, and just like you, I have limited Path of Exile 1 experience, right? And I'm not, very well versed, right? So the guy says to look for something, right? He recommends that we use a specific jewel, and the thing is, the jewel that he suggests doesn't exist, right? And for some time I thought, this is so rare, and I'm a bit of a mathematician myself, and then I thought, okay, that's not possible, right? So this person, and of course, at the same time, I'm also improving myself at the game, and more I'm realizing he must have omitted something, right? And then I realized he used fancy wording for something else. He actually meant something else, right? The thing that he mentions with the wording that he mentions doesn't exist. Yeah. And imagine me looking out for that very same thing for weeks, right? I looked for something that didn't exist for weeks. And, I was immediately like, let my fellow players do not suffer this, right? And obviously, I don't have reach like that guy, right? He's very famous. But, for those of for those people that find my channel, let me give them videos without any omission whatsoever. Mira-chan, hello. Good. Okay. Let me just eat quick, guys. I'll turn the camera off. So what are these levels? 40, 41, 40. Okay, we need 3 more, then we'll complete this stage and we'll go to Conqueror. And we'll need to do, yeah. I mean, basically it's just grinding a lot of Greater Rifts. I'll do 80, I guess. Okay. Mira-chan. Yeni videomuz var. İngilizce kanalda. Arena videosu. Bakabilirsin. Yeah, Fisher. Please, if you decide to give Path of Exile 2 a chance, right, look up my videos, and if you are dissatisfied, please come here and accost me directly. This was missing. I couldn't understand that, but, I think I can safely say they will be really complete. And that's why they are much longer than, someone else's. I mean, we will have a new season coming out in, I'm guessing, about a month, right? They don't give the exact data yet, but I mean, if they don't mess the game up like they did with this season's release, I think it could be playable. So when it first came out, the problem was it was extremely hard, and also it was extremely unrewarding. So you didn't get anything from the drops, right? While the game being extremely hard, and as you can imagine, like 90% of the people have quit. And they had to buff the game over and over and over and over. They buffed the game like 10 times by now, something like that. They buffed the drops. They reduced the difficulty. They buffed the drops again. For example, max level gems with maximum number of links is a problem in Path of Exile 1, right? And used to be similar in Path of Exile 2. Now they are dirt cheap. Some Exalted, and you can get a level 20 gem with 6 links. That's what it translates to in Path of Exile 1 terms. And Bashar Josh and Mira-chan, let me show you. So some of my old viewers are actually polite people, but that ass wipe that you had to see, I'm sorry. And they are one of the architects of me quitting Turkish streams, yeah. The game being frustrating, a good percentage of my audience being ass wipes, yeah, it all adds up. I mean, I also have some very fine people, but in the channel. Thank you. See you, Mira-chan. And there is a bit of a language barrier. Sadly, English is not being taught very properly in Turkey, right? Now, some people just don't understand the streams in English, so They didn't want to leave maybe, but they had to because they are not understanding what I'm saying, so that's a problem. Hey, what are you doing there? Okay, don't kill me. Okay, but off you go, off you go. Okay. Yeah, this build doesn't have the capacity to do greater rifts fast, right? You cannot do 2-minute greater rifts. I don't think it's possible. It's not because I suck. It's not possible because of the 3-second explosion delay with the Condemned. I mean, this was actually a pretty fast one. Let's see how much it takes. 3.5 minutes? How much is it? Off you go with it. Oh my god. 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Brrr. Terrible. I really deserved a Primal Ancient by now, I would say. Will I be as petty as to grab the 82 blood shards? Yes, I will be. Yeah. Okay, chest. 82 is 82, guys. Yeah, maybe it's wrong. Primal. 2 conversion of elements, eh? What do I have there? I have not one ancient. Really? Wow, that's actually a little bit impressive. Not one ancient, eh? Okay, if you say so, buddy. Okay, chest. Chest. Nope. How come I can't find any Coin Nightmare? Right? I mean, I am well into the season, I suppose I could say that. And I haven't found one. I have found one Petrified Scream, which I think I have sacrificed to the altar. But I have not found a single. That's so weird. Okay. So we need 2 more. Then we'll need 6 more, and then we'll need 9 more. So 17 more greater rifts to complete the journey. What about this one? It's getting close. 125. What a silly build. Now, if this build had the horse in it, I think it would be a little bit more bearable, but yeah, it's for additional 50% damage. And in Diablo everything is multiplicative, so it's worth it, yeah. I also should be doing my potion on cooldown for the flask effect, right? I mean, 25% movement speed is useful. We are already pretty slow on our feet. Some more movement speed would come in handy. So Fisher, have you any clue about this blue effect I have on my screen? You know, some rifts, you have this blue effect on your screen and I don't know what it means, right? I wonder if it has any special meaning or something. Yeah. You see the effect, right? I just couldn't tie it to anything specific. My observation skills have fallen short there. Okay, boss time? Yes. Two minutes and 15 seconds, that's the best ever. And I don't think I will be able to top this ever at all. This was a very good drift. And yeah, I think I have reached. I actually was looking for some veiled crystals, right? I mean, guys, this much suffering, it's unreal. Okay, armor by the armor. Cut the crap, thank you. Okay. So even this could be rerolled. Imagine not having the... This could actually roll much, much higher as well. I should be crafting those. I mean, I wouldn't have the thing. Guardian helmet. Oh, I can craft it 10 times. Interesting. Okay. The built-in is of course very bad, guys, the movement speed, because it's not something that you want. You can just grab the movement speed from your Paragon. So that guarantees a bad roll, that's bad, right? Because what we want is strength, socket, crit chance, and phalanx damage. Let me try this. I mean, it's not spending any. It's not spending any Forgotten Souls anyway. Oh my god. So guys, this is hateful, right? I hit an ancient and it's worthless, right? It has vitality, life, and movement speed on it that are bad, right? I can handle one bad because I can reroll it to something else, but yeah. Dang. I hate getting bad ancients. I'll just go all in. This one is hard to roll perfectly because the problem is the built-in roll is movement speed and it's bad, right? One more greater rift and we complete this stage of our journey. So the way that this character does Great Rift, 60 to 100 or so is the same, right? Or actually 150. You just do the same thing. I mean, it doesn't get much faster because it's simpler. I suppose, as I said, I could work on a variant with, the horse on it, because this left click skill doesn't do anything. What it does is it gives me a 50% damage up, but I don't need a 50% damage up here because I'm just killing anyway. I have just been lazy because, guys, I don't plan on doing Great Rift 150 or something this season. I just don't like the amount of work it takes, right? So, when I'm doing this season normally by myself, right, I end up something like 800 Paragon or so, maybe 1,000 if I force it, and I hope that I think that should be enough, but generally it isn't. What a bad drift, what's going on? Where are the elites? I'm guessing it's in all of the corners that I haven't turned with the elites. We are finding a surprisingly low amount of elites. Did you know back then the way to do a great rift was actually the exact opposite of what I'm doing now? The right way of doing a great rift was skipping all elites, because elites were not rewarding us with the progress crystals like that, and because the elites were a pain in the ass to kill, people were just skipping them, right? They were just doing trash, so Blizzard said, okay, we will add these to the elites so they become worth doing. Who would have thought that gathering 300 Forgotten Souls would be this bad, right? We just couldn't get it. I was using the phalanx a little bit less frequently than I should. I actually was out of Akarat's champion. Yeah, that's not good. Normally it would mean insta death in a high Great Rift. This seasonal buff is also insanely strong. We stack it up to like 500 every single Great Rift. Gives movement speed and damage. Not only the triggers, right? Not only these angels helping us, etc. See, the angels are here. Off you go, buddy. Casual 8 trillion HP. 3.5 minutes, yeah. That 2:15 was 2:45 was insanely lucky. This build just doesn't have the capacity for it. Okay, that does complete another stage in our journey. And we are at the last 2 stages now. Okay, good. Enlist, Conqueror. We have to do Siege Breaker. Let's go. Maybe if I ever go very high Paragon, the maximum Wrath points would be worth investing in, so that we run out of resource a little bit later than normal. I really should have made a build with the horse, yeah. But guys, yeah, I didn't want to, think it out or something. I just wanted to play with the very same build over and over. Yeah, that's the price I pay. Hey. Crusade marches on. Fisher, you here? I have an interesting bit of culture for you if you're here. The Turkish word for crusaders is the people with crosses. Interesting, right? From our side of the perspective, there were a lot of people wearing crosses, so that's what they are being called. So, for example, for you guys, it's not exactly religious. Crusade is, of course, a religious battle, but for our side, it literally has the cross in it. Okay, so yep. Okay, so what do we have left? So we have to extract some more powers, right? 12 more, which means I should be just, extracting whatever power I can, including garbage like change mail. I'm not going to do change mail because it's an ancient and it gives more forgotten souls. How the mighty has fallen. I think I have extracted this before. I did. That doesn't have a power. She Mrs. Howry. Okay. I feel so pathetic right now, but yeah. I mean, guys, so right now what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get... Oh my god, this is insanely good. But what I have to interchange it with is Captain Crimson's legs, right? And I already have an ancient legs. I guess I can't bring this in, right? It's actually beautiful. Take a look at how superior it is to mine, guys. More toughness, more damage. But, I have to use the belt for Captain Crimson, and I can interchange the Akan boots and Akan pants versus Captain Crimson boots and Captain Crimson pants. Yeah, but it's not like I have a good Captain Crimson pants lying around, so I suppose this will have to wait. Yeah. Okay, let's just keep it, though it's a good piece. Dang. I didn't pay attention to that. Roll of Visage was not ancient, okay. So we are about 50 Forgotten Souls short. Wow. It just doesn't pick up the pace, does it? Ah.
Çikolatalı pasta.
I guess I'll do the Thorns chest. It was so nice when they were adding content to the game, constantly new legendary gems. I like that stuff. Yeah, they have just abandoned it now. And maybe they shouldn't be doing content, but I would have liked, small patches, added this legendary power to this item. That sort of minor stuff instead of, recycling the old stuff over and over. Yeah, congratulations. What about Karini? All of Karini still doesn't exist? What the hell? It feels not so nice when you are suffering for an item like that. You join just a public game for a rift or two, and you just say it out loud. I need this item, and someone drops it for you. The best feeling in the world, right? All of a sudden, you are done. Okay, so we are basically done, right? Yeah. I mean, I would play together with you if we were the same class, but my chance of getting Hollow of Karin virtually is 0. How many do? Oh, I have one. The good thing about Diablo 3 is the people that play it, right? Because it's not competitive. We don't have jackasses in here, or less than normal. Yeah, I did mention the scammers to you, so there aren't too many, but there are scammers out there because there are items that are expensive, and they the old Diablo 2 scam, they have full inventory, they can't take your item, blah blah, and they put up a worse version of the item, right? And in Path of Exile, the value can change by extreme amounts, right? He could give you the item that you actually want, but a worse version and the value could change insane. I'm talking about, thousands of times in value depending on the item. Because I'm sure you would remember this. There are Vaal orbs in the game, right? You use them to corrupt the items. Some corruptions on certain items are extremely valuable, right? And they give you something without the corruption. Boom. I have been scammed once myself, right? And I hadn't been getting scammed for like maybe 20 years, so that was a nice change of pace. It was a Russian fella. So I was trying to buy some items that make, there is a place that you can run, right? And there are some items that work only there, right? And some of them are pretty valuable. The guy was selling them for cheap, but not, suspiciously cheap. A little bit cheaper than normal, right? So I thought I could turn a bit of a profit there. And the thing is, the item that I wanted increased your relic drops, right? Movement speed and relic drops. And the bastard had one, exactly looking like the one I was trying to buy, and his was movement speed and key drop instead of relic drop. And the value changes insanely, of course, as you can imagine. And I was like, did you do that on purpose or was it accidental? But, I kind of knew the answer. Yeah. Well, what am I doing here? I'm being dumb. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. I know I normally look, right, because I have a lot of experience from Diablo 2. In Diablo 2, scamming was a big thing. Especially, at the time. Right now it's a little bit better, but at the time you could just, take an item away and press confirm, right? The last second the guy takes something away and presses confirm. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Everyone does. Because there are those pieces of garbage out there. People get scammed on World of Warcraft, people get scammed on Diablo. Yeah. People get scammed in Path of Exile. When you are not trading much, it's easy to not get scammed because, you can just play it cool, right? You just take a look at, what they are putting in trade, blah, blah, right? And there are now all these rules in place that prevents you from taking an item away from the trade screen, etc. But in Path of Exile, it's a pretty cutthroat business, right? As I said, in order to get somewhere in the game, you have to trade a lot, right? I was constantly selling and buying stuff, and I did take a look, but as I said, he put up a really similar item, yeah. It was by the fraction of a second that I realized, oh, that's the chest I want. Maybe it's an upgrade. This Bane of the Trapped is outperforming all the gems in the game so hard, right? I don't know a build that I haven't used it in, except for supportive builds. I could use it to roll condemn damage instead of that damage from elites. That's what I should be doing in the end game, but we got an ancient witching hour. Okay. Whatever. At this point, I feel myself more and more deserving of a primal ancient. Salvaging potions for the forgotten souls. The patheticness grows. I don't recall getting this frustrated when I was doing the 300 Forgotten Souls part before. Right now it's getting on my nerves big time. But of course, guys, I'm not doing the best activity for gathering Forgotten Souls here, right? The best activity would be, bounty/visions. So they are working on supposedly they are working on a second expansion for Diablo 4. That game was so bad upon release. So was Diablo 3. Why can't they get it right at the beginning? I mean, it was so specific, the items were. Does increased damage against damaged humanoids or something like that. What's going on? But this is Diablo. Don't make the items complicated, right? And I have been playing, Diablo games kind of all my life, right? I have played Diablo 1 even. I know it was a feeling of frustration when I take a look at the item and I can't understand if it's better than the other, right? I just couldn't tell. They were so extremely conditional, I just couldn't tell. And at the time, my computer at the time was acting up a lot, so I had to quit. And that was very good. So I could finish the campaign barely, right? It was crashing all the time. And then I quit, and I think it was very good. When I came back, I believe it was season 4 or something, and the game had recovered quite a bit. Now it's nice, but it's also a little bit too casual, right? Maybe I'm saying that because I'm playing Path of Exile, and there is a lot of hand-holding in Diablo 4. right? So thing is, I have a thing for achievements, right? And in Diablo 3, I showed you I have 100%. Also, in Diablo 4, I have 100% achievements, right? But the thing is, in Diablo 3, the hardcore achievements are very modest, right? I mean, you could get them done very easy, right? A friend could help you, etc. Right? In Diablo 4, they were not modest at all. Right? They were very, very hard. I mean, it asks you to do stuff that's very hard. And, at the time I was considering, should I try going for 100% in Diablo 4 or should I just let it be, do whatever I can and call it there? And I'm like, no, maybe I shouldn't give up before trying, right? And I was afraid of hardcore, as you can probably tell. So I thought, I should try it a little bit. And I'm like, okay, I can do this, right? And my first death was so silly, I was playing it so cowardly, right? I was, always very tanky. And the thing is, I was doing a map, right? And I left the character in a safe spot, right? And you know what's coming, of course. But the thing is, to this day, I still haven't understood what was it, because it was, some place that you could traverse to, and the monsters couldn't get there, right? And there was no environmental damage as far as I could tell. I went, for a bio break or something. I came back 2 minutes later, and my character was dead. But the thing is, hardcore isn't actually as hardcore as, like Diablo 2, right? You don't lose everything. You have your stash, you have all the recipes that you have unlocked. I'm like, maybe I'll give it another shot. And yeah, it did ask for a lot of stuff. There is a Lilith there is the Uber version, which is extremely hard. They ask you to kill Uber Lilith version, right? They ask you to PvP in hardcore. They ask you to reach max Paragon level. Pretty nasty stuff. But I was able to get it all done. I think I died like 5 or 6 times total, and every single time it was my fault, right? I guess that's why I didn't rage too much. For example, one of my resistances wasn't capped, and I was doing a boss, and the boss kills me, right? Or I took a big hit from a world boss or something. And I did get it all done. I have 100% there. I'm pretty happy. And I should be one of the first few people that managed it, because there were some very nasty achievements, and I was able to identify them from the get-go. So I was working on them at all times. I think I did this one. Okay, I did this one. Okay, I can't do these anyway. There are no others. Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah. Diablo 1, well, it wasn't a very good game, but the thing is, it kind of created the genre, so I'm thankful. It actually is based off on a game that not many people know, Crusader No Regret. There was a game called Crusader, and Blizzard based their game off that, but that wasn't a very big hit. Diablo was, of course. Did you get traumatized by Butcher like I did? In front of the cathedral, there's that guy that gives you the quest to the Butcher, right? But the silly thing is, he appears like on cathedral level 2, and you are very thoroughly under-equipped to deal with him. Yes. But that was so bad game design, right? You are barely like level 5 or 6, and the Butcher is like level 15. I was so afraid, right? I think I went back when I was on floor 10 or something, right? And of course, at the time I had thoroughly over-leveled him. Yeah, and was able to kill him with ease. But the first time around, man, he wiped the floor with me. And we have him in Diablo 3, Diablo 4 as well. Do we have him in Diablo 2? Butcher somewhere? I can't recall if we have him in Diablo 2. Yep. Yep. Oh, fresh meat. That's pretty nasty. So hard. And why did they let us engage him when we were on level 2? Yeah. Then there was Lactanen, Veil of Steel, the infamous duping method of throwing something, casting something to the ground and picking it up. Yeah, he looks like him, yeah. Okay, Dana. Question for you then. Do you know what's the maximum rune you can get from the Hellforge on Hell and Nightmare respectively? No cheating, of course. I'm back. No, you are a little bit generous. Nightmare is and Hell is Gul. And the thing is, that's why Vex is a high rune, right? Because runes through Vex to Zod are termed as high runes. So that's the reason. Because you could do 2 Guls in the cube into a Vex, right? And so that's the first rune that you cannot get from the Hellforge, right? So that's why it's a high rune, and the rest have been duped to Hell. That's why they had the same value. Now it's a little bit different. Of course, Bears and Jas are worth more because they are pieces of Enigma. And the weird thing is, Jas and Bears are worth more than Cham and Zod. Yeah. Always feels weird to me because Zod is actually much more rare than Bear. Cham, yeah, Cham is garbage. But of course still very rare. Yep. Yeah, there is the Breath of the Dying for Zod, but yeah, for Cham there are not too many good runes, yeah. And also Zod at least has the use, right? I mean, you have something ethereal and you can put Zod in it. There is that off use. I mean, Cham was, I believe, something like cannot be frozen or something. It's garbage, yeah. It's a pretty bad rune. I think the highest I ever found, and I think that Blizzard buffed those because people are finding bears left and right, but the highest I ever found was, I believe, a low. Right? Low was number 28, if I recall. Okay. Verdi sağ ol. Wife's in Miami and the sitter is sick, so The mother-in-law is here. Let's pick it up. So where was I? I'm 4 away from... Oh God. Shall I increase this a little bit? Let's just go. For the last stage I'll increase a little bit. I suppose I'll do 100 or something. Hey David, how's it going? I couldn't click on this? Really? I wonder if I can get my hands on a mirror before the season concludes. I'm at about 2/3 of a mirror. I'm at about 1,200 divine and it costs about 1,800, so... But, you know, business is so slow, Dana, you should see. Well, you should not see because you can't see because nothing sells. I have to not... I mean... So, for example, I'm selling a 550 DPS bow, right? And the cheapest is 15 divine. And you know, you would normally expect to sell it at like 14 divine, right? Because it's the cheapest. You know, 12 divine maybe. Probably around 10 divine you can make a sale. That's how much you have to undercut. So, you know, just being the cheapest is not enough. It's terrible. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, immediately go to the dentist, buddy. You can never thank dental pain. It's not possible. I mean, you will just suffer and then have it pulled or have it, you know, stuffed. Filling? Yeah, filling I think is the word. You would have to get a filling anyway. Or maybe root canal. This is a little bit faster than our normal experience. Two minutes 34 seconds, that's the fastest. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, it can't really go much faster because of the delay of the skill going off. I want a primal, and sad thing is, guys, one primal doesn't do anything for me. I need 2 primals because I'm going for the second bonus from the altar, and that requires, I'm guessing, 100 or something like that. Let's go. We have a potential upgrade in the name of chest. Oh, I have a puzzle ring, okay? Is that better than mine? No. Well, if no painkiller is stopping you, stopping your pain, minimum root canal or it's gonna get pulled. I'm sorry to say, buddy. Oh, strong arm bracers. I haven't, I think, found that one at all. Yes, let's keep that. That's the first time I find one, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's infected and cavities abound. Good luck, buddy. Did I do the ugly micromanagement that makes me prevent from extracting the power from this because it's an ancient and gives more Forgotten Souls. I maybe shouldn't evaluate everything after every single run. Maybe we should do like 2 runs and then go. Best of luck. Since how long? You didn't mention it the last time you were here. Recently started? Or has it been aching for some time? How come I'm not finding any of the echoing nightmares? I have found 0. How is that possible? Good God. I said, yeah, I haven't been lucky to do it with a few people either, right? I just had the one when I was leveling up. Yeah, you've seen it. Right? I have a level 93 one. Ah, I see. Yeah, he will. Those are called, by the way, wisdom tooth in English, if you are curious. Yep. Most likely, I agree. If it's broken as well. And Fisher, if you're here, that's another funny thing. Wisdom tools have almost the same name in Turkish. We call them intelligence teeth. And I suppose both cultures were lying because they are actually useless. Yeah, we call them intelligence teeth. And we are both lying, both English and Turkish, because they are useless actually. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see, what things are similar in so wildly different cultures. The municipality is making around pointless announcements in the background. Can you guys hear it? I guess you could. It's a little bit loud. The guy has 17 petrified screams. What the heck? How is that possible? I have 1 petrified scream and 0 echoing nightmare. How? I mean, I know I'm a little bit unlucky, but 17 is a lot. And can you hear what she says, or you can just hear her sound in the background? Her voice in the background. This guy's so ugly. Off you go, buddy. Oh, my thingies are full, okay. Now, the most stupid thing that you can do is, and I have done this quite a few times, there is a reasonable number of blood shards on the ground, and muscle memory makes you click the orek and your blood shards go away. Have you done it, Fisher? I'm sure you did. I'm just barely preventing myself from clicking there. Yep. I don't think anyone can say they have not done it. Okay. Hell Skull. What is Hell Skull? Oh, that's this one? Okay. I remember it now. Crusader is one of the classes I played the least. For a second I thought I actually closed it without, but I did get them, yeah. Is that a primal? That's a primal. Okay, that's good. Now I need one more primal. Let me see. Sadly, I am correct, yes. Boom. Heart of Iron Gamble. I would have been content with Tyrion's Might. Now, if this was Diablo 2, I would have been throwing a fit here. Guys, I have thousands of hours in Diablo 2, but I don't think I have ever found this. That's the rarest item, I think. I need the game to play when I teach online? What do you mean when you teach online? You play games when you teach? Shame on you. And how? Aren't you, I mean, I don't think I could. Work ethics aside. I was teaching something online this semester. It was called Space Weather. Diablo 3 is very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Ask Fisher. And it's also, very simple. So the thing is, of course, you should not be trying to make your own builds, right? You can't do that. But, you can perfectly look up builds, right? It's not like Path of Exile. It's not torturing you, right? The best builds are out there. You can very easily take a look. If you do Shift L on your keyboard, that will open the leaderboards, and you can just imitate the guy's build. See? Just take a look at this, view hero details, and everything is out there, right? You just copy this and ta-da! Wow! And you think you can? Wow! Unreal. Well, hats off, buddy. I'm actually big respect. I don't think I could do it. I mean, don't you think that you will get focused on the game a little bit too much and there will be the uncomfortable breaks of silence there, though? No, I wouldn't dare. Yeah, I mean, Diablo 3 is beautiful. David, let me give you the highlights. 0 trade. 0 partying up if you don't want. And you can play it at the highest level like that. You can perfectly play it solo at the highest level possible. I mean, I guess you have seen it because I am playing solo right now, right? You finished the game while teaching. The hell is this? And were you teaching German? What were you teaching? It's a very enjoyable game, and feel free to ask me whatever it is that you want to know, of course. My German is so rusty you wouldn't believe, right? I mean, being from my high school, I should actually be very good at German. It's all gone. I mean, I guess I could understand a thing or two if you were talking, but I can still understand science though, because I was taught by Germans in German. Chemistry, biology, mathematics, physics, all of them. But if I try to speak, only English comes out. Off you go, buddy. 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Nah. Okay, I can do the garbage thingy now. Hopefully, yes. I have 300 forgotten souls saved up. Finally, it took me a year only. Ja, ich kann verstehen. Verstanden. Presence, perfect. Präteritum? Yeah. I can, vaguely recall, but it's been like 30 years. Yeah. In Turkey, we have an interesting thing, Fisher. We do not have doctors of astronomy for a long time, and everyone that is, interested in astronomy, we are all doctors of physics, right? I'm a physics doctor, for example. Justice spawns a breast hammer when it's an enemy. I'll just do the thingy. Did I get another primal? What the hell? Hold up. No. That would have been way too soon. I mean, that was before you were born. Yeah. So the thing is, Devrim, I didn't get enrolled into high school after primary school, right? Sorry, I didn't get enrolled into high school after middle school. When I was a kid, you used to get enrolled in middle school and high school were together, so you would actually get enrolled in it after primary school. So when I was 10 years old, I was learning German from Germans. Kind of embedded in my DNA, sort of. Okay. The item didn't. What? Duping? Streamer cheating? What the hell is going on? Okay. No cheating. I think we did this one. Oh, I haven't done this one, okay. So guys, I'm just randomly extracting power here for the journey. I need to extract 40. And I think we should be getting done right about now. Yes. Okay. So I don't need to extract stupid stuff anymore. Okay, finally we can do the thing. So we can get one more stage done on the altar. What would I like? %5 boss damage. Did I do something to spend Forgotten Souls? I have 252. What did I do? The heck did I do? Or I'm remembering the number wrong. I recall seeing 295. What the hell did I do? This is a little bit odd. What could I have done? I did nothing. I'm guessing I remember the number wrong. I extracted a few powers that doesn't spend. Weird. Oh yes. The Gastarbiters. I guess the number was on 242 or something like that. Okay, let's try 90 now. So all of a sudden I'm 48 short. I mean, I remember 295. This is very odd. Fisher moving up in the world. 325s. You know what I would love would be making the journey set reward work for all classes, right? So for example, you do your journey with your Crusader and get your garbage Roland, but then you try a Demon Hunter, and when you get to level 70, you get a Marauder or whatever it is on Hallowed Essence. It would have been very nice. If that was the case, right, I would have done a Demon Hunter for faster Great Rift farming. This is pretty painful. I mean, how can I not have any Echoing Nightmare? I mean, guys, it would make me so much stronger. So every single one of them means 1250 strength for me. That's a lot. And I have how many items that are eligible? I have the belt, I have the legs, I have the belt, I have the legs. This shield is not worth it. The weapon, that's 3. The amulet. Yeah, I've got like 4 of them, so I could have gotten 5,000 strength here. Yeah, so that was about, almost 40 years ago. So officially, I was telling you that I did my 150 with a, similar to Tower of build, but utilizes Legacy of Dreams and obviously no set. But the same build, the Vizier, the Nephil's Boss, whatever, and you can have the legendaries to help you. Four minutes. But I don't know how people get them done so easily. It was painful. And you might remember it was how long now? It was 12 minutes for me. Yeah, I did have a nice rift with, you know, the I had multiple pylons close to each other. Yeah, but you know, I did go really hard, right? I did get strength stuff. I mean, I leveled a barbarian and I crafted strength stuff for my Templar and whatnot, right? I did have to go really hard. Yeah, I mean, if you do, I would suggest making a support character. You know, those do find slots in groups faster. And, you know, turn your brain off, maybe drop by my stream and, you know, grind the damn thing. Okay, so we are on Guardian now. Have to kill Urzael. Z-Bob, ZDH. I like ZDH, it's pretty nice. And also it's a very fast farmer. I mean, Demon Hunter is also a very fast farmer. You can do 1 minute 100s or something like that. I mean, it's very nice to build up your stones. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Oh, Urzael. Okay, let's do that. I mean, guys, it's a nice break from spamming Great Rifts. So we are 9 Great Rifts away from finishing the journey. And this Urzael. There should be some sort of discount for it. I don't know Xbox, of course. By the way, there is one thing, and I don't know if this is not very important, but let me tell you. In Diablo, everything has its own platform and they are separate. So we won't be able to play together, for example. Xbox plays with Xbox, PlayStation with PlayStation, PC plays with PC, Europe, Americas, they are all different. And in Diablo 4 they did something nice, right? I actually commend them for it. In Diablo 4 there is no distinction anywhere. You could be, you know, in America and you could be playing on Xbox and I'm on Europe playing on PC, no problem. Oh my god, again? Oh, what? Oh no, I suck. Oh no, I'm going to miss these goblins. Give me, I need the... Oh no, they are all going to run, aren't they? This build is not meant for this. Don't run, you bastards. That's the first time I'm getting one myself. Don't run. I wish I was a demon hunter, guys. This would have been dead so quickly. Oh. So many escaped, yeah. Hey, you did. Very nice, congratulations. Yeah, but I just realized something. I should have called you for this. Sorry, Fisher. No, it was the first time I was finding one and I got excited and jumped at it. Yeah, sorry. But I will remember next time and call you. Sorry. Oh, and so what's the range for that? 60 to 80? Maybe try rolling it if you have the Forgotten Souls. Sure, there is that. Maybe you could just do it before you ever put it on. But yeah, that also works. I mean, of course, it's going to be a huge difference for you, right? You will be thrice as tough. Now, from your old point of view, you will be thrice as tough. Approximately. Oh, this was so nice. That's definitely what I needed. I'll call you the next time I find this. If there is ever a next time. I feel like I could handle something like 120s now if I can do the Caldezans on the stuff I have. Yeah. Maybe get a few more ancients while I'm at it. I'm sorry, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the thing is, when you play too many games, the stuff kind of overlaps. This kind of stuff that you cannot join in out of exile, I suppose. Maybe I got excited and jumped it. But yeah, I will try to. Yeah, would have been pretty nice for you. Yeah, I'm sorry. What's the seasonal mechanic? You see the buff under me, Ismail? This pandemonium thing, you remember it from like 4 years ago? Yeah, that's it. I mean, you keep getting stacks, corpses drop from the sky, angels join to help you, and it also gives you more movement speed and damage per stack. That's it. So what do we have here? Okay, so I have no use for anything. Okay, we can just salvage it all. I just want as many as Forgotten Souls that I could get my hands on. This is very old. Okay. Now we have the final correct amount. I got like 80 there. Okay, finally. So what do I want? Okay, now it requires me to do greater at 100, right? But that's because that's the capacity that I need to reach. It will soon ask me for the stuff of herding, but maybe we could leave it there. Okay, I'm not done with this. I would love to get another goblin level so I could invite Fisher in and feel a little bit better about it. No, I'm not very used to having people on that are actually actively playing Diablo on my Diablo streams here. Just okay, got the goblin, so we are done. Oh yeah, I remember that. Your ring didn't have a socket here. Now you have jumped the power level scale quite a bit. Enjoy. So Derek, what are you going to play? You will not be able to play the Necromancer because that's a paid for downloadable content. But you can play all the others. There are Barbarians, Crusaders, Wizard. Oh, I played Necro. Yeah, I mean, the Necro builds are a little bit weird. I mean, I didn't like their style too much. I mean, most of the time you have a huge cooldown that you can use it to clear the entire screen, and then you can't do a 1 HP critter in the meanwhile while you wait for that cooldown to come back up, and then you can clear the entire screen again. But of course, not every build has to be like that. But then there are the bone simulacrum thingies, blood simulacrum thingies. You'll put up a simulacrum. Yeah. Not very fun, I agree, but very strong. Very, very strong. There is a chance that I might not be able to kill this guy in time because of the infinitely many. I couldn't. Oh my god, in under 20 seconds, I couldn't. Well, that's very embarrassing. I just don't have burst. I have to wait. Okay. Well, there is a method. That's a little lame that I will resort to, but I can bring the difficulty down, right? I am allowed to do it on Torment 13. I haven't had this humiliation, I think, in ever. Yeah, teeth. Yeah. Ah, Necro starter skill. Beautiful. After the synergies, it was better. You would be able to fire like 9 or 10 at the same time. Yeah. It's what the, speedrunners use. Yeah. On Necros. In Diablo 4, we used to have minion builds. A few seasons it was pretty good, and I, pretty much like it. I like minion builds. But now we have other stuff. We have Blood Wave. In Diablo 4 it's better though. Yeah. In Diablo 3 it's not very good. I also quite dislike the Legacy of Dreams builds because you have to gather all that specific ancients one by one instead of a set. Can I do it, please? Please don't embarrass me further. Shut up, shut up, shut up. How about taking some damage, buddy? Good lord, I mean, so many intermissions and they ask me to kill him in 20 seconds. Come on, man. Barely did it on Torment 13. When he becomes immune, he stuns you. Jeez. Okay, no one saw this. I didn't actually reduce the difficulty. Okay, let's destroy all the evidence. I was never in Torment 13. That's the first time I ever did that, right? In my entire Diablo life, that was embarrassing, yeah. Such a weird build, but very powerful, guys. What's this? That's Earth or something like that? That's not a Crusader set. Okay, so what we need now is to gather 1,500 thingies, which means we go up. Okay, 94. Let's go for a personal best here. And I'm guessing we can go up to like 110 or so. Easily. And I never tried going up. It will require the Staff of Herding soon though. And I don't think I have the heart to do it this season. Maybe I'll change my mind later on, but I don't really think so. Yeah, the problem with doing the altar is, guys, as I said, I finish it, I unlock the double primal ancients, and then I quit. Right? That's the silly part. If you are going for that, you have to, reap the benefits, right? Yeah. So as I keep getting stacks Ismail, I'm getting more movement speed and damage, and also some special thingies also occur. As you can see, chests are raining, etc. The Frost Nova is very wide that you trigger on like 30 kills or something. It's pretty good. But also, getting your stacks to the maximum is also pretty good as well. I managed to skip only one season of Diablo 3, eh? 98, good job, Fisher. Go, go, go. You are ahead of me. I need to catch up immediately. 5 minutes. I was going to comment on, the duration was a little bit long. Yeah, that's how Yeah, you were playing with energy armor, right? I remember something. Yeah, it happens. Just go over your build once in its entirety. Any wrong runes, any wrong passes, whatever it is, right, can happen. So hold the hell up. Oh, I'm so dumb, okay. I'm like, where do I go? There is the next level, right? That's where I go. Crusade March song. All right, buddy. So for me, the duration doesn't really go up or down because, I'm doing the exact same thing on all difficulties. I didn't start getting, a worse time yet, right? What a monstrous creature. Off you go. Yeah, 4 minutes. Same thing, right? It doesn't get any slower or faster. Okay, so 3, 6, 8. I have 8 greater rifts to go, and then I'm done with the journey. Yes, I am actually Turkey's first official Magic the Gathering judge. Well, there is an exam that, at least a level 2 judge, has to perform on you, right? That's what I remember, right? It's been a long time. There is a written exam, and then there is an oral exam. Yeah, you have to score like 80, I think, something like that. From the written one, and then there is the, as I said, oral one. Well, let me just actually extract the power from this mortal drama. Maybe, if the viewers want some other guides. Okay, that's good. It could come in handy, I thought. Okay, so I did 94, I'll be able to 97 now. Okay, then I'll be able to 100, so I need to spend some of these blood shards. Am I spending too much? We'll find out. I think I did spend a little bit too much. But yeah, I have to do a lot of these anyway. Let's go. 97. Of course. I also scored pretty close to 100. Yeah. That was in 2000 or something like that. We have a judge from Denmark that arrived to do the nationals, right? Because you cannot be made into a judge that is lower than level 2, right? A level 2 judge can make someone into a level 1 judge. And in Turkey we have very few of those, right? So Ismail, where are you at? Are you in Ankara or Istanbul? Where are you at? Istanbul, right? You were friends with Görkem and whatnot. That's you. But it's pretty hard, by the way. It does ask you hard questions. So, for example, stuff like, simple stuff like this, but also, complicated rule stuff like other stuff. So, for example, it could ask you, how can you determine a card's color, right? And there would be, trick answers in there like, its border, which would be wrong, of course. The card's cost determines the color. Okay. So, last I know, there is Balkan. You know Balkan? Balkan is the only level 2 judge in Turkey, and I think he could conduct the judge exam on you. Mine has long since expired, of course. And also, do you go to Pegasus? That's the distributor. Because I was going to say, if you are in Ankara, you have to go to Istanbul because there is no level 2 judge in Ankara, as far as I know. This did start getting a little bit harder, isn't it? My HP drops a little bit too much. That's rude, guys. How dare you drop my HP? You go to the distributor's shop or no? Why is the boss surviving? I'm not used to this kind of treatment. Because there is one thing that... Okay, so the thing is, the Turkish distributor, Yusuf, is a very good friend of mine, okay? Mention my name there. But, if you are playing like that, what's your rank in Magic Arena? Magic is a little bit more complicated than... Do you think you can handle the judge exam? It's pretty complicated. So, for example, if I would ask you when I have humility in game and I play like Monk Realist, can you tell me what happens? Magic has extremely complicated rulings. I would say introduce yourself to him and Balkana probably. If that's your ambition. It's not easy though, let me tell you. When I got the rank of judge, only one other person in Turkey could get it, and I had to help him quite a bit so he could become a judge. No one else could pass, right? And we had a lot of good players, but the exam is a little bit It's not a little bit, it's actually very nerdy. Okay, so 100 is a piece of cake. Yeah, that's the good thing about this build, guys. I mean, it chews through great rifts, right? It's not fast, but as you can see, there is no difference with me doing 80 and 100, right? It's the same thing. I just do the same thing. It deals so much damage because you can trigger so many condemned explosions, and each of them can do trillions, so yeah. I just put it on and run, and they die. I mean, so it's not an easy thing, okay? It's not, they are not going to, ask you, simple stuff like, can you do ancestral recall on your opponent, right? There are pretty complicated rule questions, and they will give you stuff like that, right? For example, the stuff with humility, I just ask you, they will create a board situation and ask you what would happen if that card gets played in that situation. Yes. A whole lot, buddy. So, for example, humility is a card that turns all creatures into 1/1 creatures without any abilities, okay? That's what humility does. And Monk Realist is a card that destroys an enchantment when it comes into play. So, you have a humility, and I play a Monk Realist to destroy it. Can I destroy it? What will happen? Right? That's, for example, that's above mid-level difficulty judge question, right? That's what I remember anyway. You should study very hard. I will tell you it will be harder than most of the stuff that you did in your life. Not exaggerating, it's pretty hard. And if you become level 2 or something, then you'll be invited in, international tournaments to judge there, and they will give you, boxes of cards. They don't pay you, but they give you products. Nope, you can't destroy it. That's why you need to study. Nope. Because there are layers, and humility is a continuous effect, and it overrides the when comes to play effect, and it turns into a 1/1 without abilities before it ever enters the game. Yeah. Magic is a little bit complicated. Hearthstone has nothing on it. Oh, you did 101. Very nice. I'm doing 100 myself. I'm just one behind you. But it didn't get any rougher for me. Right? I'm just doing it the same thing. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. It's always the same. Yeah, if I feel like if I could get my hands on those stupid... What's the name again? Yeah, this build is meant for that. But... am I 13 blood shards short? Oh, I mean, guys, normally it would be a cause for a bit of rage, but no, I kind of have to do 6 more anyway, right? Because of the journey. I am 13 blood shards short. Really, buddy? That's the troll. God. I can hold 1,500, right? Okay. Swift mount. Okay. I should just salvage all of these. Wait, hey, oh. Very nice. Ancient shoulder as well. Wow. I need to find some people with Echoing Nightmare. I need to get in those runs. I need like 5 or 6. God. Now this is getting me triggered here a little bit. I kind of want to do 150 now. We do have a lot of gear. I got a lot of ancient pieces now. EDH, that's some random casual format? Elder Dragon Highlander or something like that? No, that's not gonna do. I mean, if it's not gonna improve your skill. You have to play standard and you have to play drafts if you want to improve your skill. But if you want to, work as a judge, find Balkan, right? Get in touch with him. That's the only Turkish level 2 judge, right? Or go to the shop. So you should definitely go to the shop, okay? And tell Yusuf I sent you, okay? Tell him that you are a viewer of mine. And another thing that, keep that in mind, that magic is extremely expensive, okay? Okay, so that shoulder is going in, right? I'm going to use that one. Oh, randomly getting the ancient versions of the stuff I use. I'm not used to this treatment. Beautiful. Okay, so what do I want on it? Vitality or cooldown? I guess I will want vitality on it. Okay, whatever. And I suppose at the end I would want cooldown reduction on it, but in here I can use vitality. Okay, sure. Ooh, 85 million toughness. No, humility is an enchantment that says all minions are 1/1 without abilities. It's a very old card. I think it's from Tempest. I mean, guys, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, I can do like 6 of the... I never was starved for Echoing Nightmare like this before. This is very weird. Wow. How come I can't find one? So weird. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, I guess we can do 90 now. I'm also getting broke. Somewhat. So for example, another question to you. Do you know the card Replenish? It brings all of the enchantments from your graveyard into the game. Right? And there is an enchantment called Opalescence that turns enchantments that you control into creatures equal to their mana cost. And there is an enchantment called Pandemonium that deals damage to any target when a creature comes into play under your control. So, let's say I have a lot of enchantments in my graveyard, including Opalescence and Pandemonium. What would happen when I play Replenish? Another question. Can I change the order of cards in my graveyard for simpler viewing? Can I put the creatures on top? Artifacts on bottom, whatever it is. Or would I be able to kill a Tarmogoyf with a tribal instant? You know Tarmogoyf, right? You have to know Tarmogoyf. It's an extremely famous card. Now, this is me, very rough. As I said, I don't know any of the recent stuff. Could I announce a spell and then pay its kicker afterwards? etc., etc. But let me tell you, online magic will not teach you the level of magic that you need to, be at to be a judge, right? You have to get into a little bit of physical stuff. Didn't know you played magic. What a smart kid you are. Good job. What a build. It doesn't care if it's doing 60 or 100, it just delivers a 3 to 4 minute duration no matter what rate it's doing, right? On 60 you spend 4 minutes and on 100 you spend 4 minutes again. Silly. Okay. Kudos to you for being able to spell continuous correctly though. It's a test that many Turkish people fail at. Okay. Cover before Zakorum. So I was thinking about doing the guide today, but before the stream. But then I'm very weak, right? I mean, what good is a guide, if you can't showcase a decent, decent creator rift run, right? Properly geared up, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but yeah, I wish I could find a group that I would be able to join with Sonic Coin Nightmares though. Would have been nice. And the thing is, I think the altar will ask me for a level 125 Whisper of Atonement at some point, and I just don't have that. Okay, so let me not even pick this up. Oh no, that's not how it works. I didn't explain it to you properly, I'm guessing. So the thing is, Pandemonium allows you to deal damage to any target when you have an enchantment come into play, right? So the point I was trying to illustrate was that you can choose the order as you like. Yeah, it actually asks for that and I can't do it. So what you can do is, you can first have Pandemonium enter, so Operations enter the game, right? Which means, all of your enchantments are creatures now, right? And then you can have Pandemonium come into the game, and Pandemonium will come into the game as a 4/4 creature, which means you can use it to deal 4 damage into the game. So the order in which they go to the graveyard doesn't really matter. You can, so if you have multiple permanents coming into the game simultaneously, you can choose the order as you like. You can say Operations comes into the game first, then Pandemonium comes, then all of the other enchantments come, and I will do damage to your face and kill you. Is what I was trying to say. So we have 5 rounds left. Five rounds left. Am I getting the second one of these? Second ancient? Okay, this does actually look better than this one, but let's just keep it here. Hold up. Strength, vitality, damage. Okay. No, this one is actually worse. Yeah, this is pretty good, right? I should have been playing a build with this for sure. So you don't deal damage to your own stuff. You can deal damage to wherever you like, right? Including the enemy's face. Okay, journey almost done. Altar. I mean, normally during the course of the journey, guys, or during the course of doing the altar, you know, you would find some people that were doing echoing nightmares, or you would get some of them yourselves. Hold up. I'm getting confused. Okay, I'm confusing myself. Echoing nightmare is a screaming head-like thing that you find that opens these and drops Whispers of Atonement at the end, right? Yeah, I have been disconnected from the game a little while. Okay, so I have found one of those lifetime, and I had to sacrifice it to the altar. That's it. Yeah, and I kinda need more. Let me try it, but probably this would fail. Because I need one for the altar and I need like 5, 6 for myself. Yeah. Do I have the gems for it? I think we need 243 of Marquise gems to do one of those, right? 243 into 81, that's 2793. Okay, yeah, that is correct. So 1, 2, 3-ish. I could do like 4. Yeah, I don't have the gems for doing it all, but I'm not finding them immediately anyway. I guess while I'm here, I can finish the journey. Yeah. You have to do a lot of reading and go to the shop, right? You know where it is? It's in Beşiktaş. You can look it up. If you are living over the Anatolian side, there is another shop there. I believe it was called Goblin, but you know, it's not the same quality of players that you'll see there. And let me warn you, fair warning, Magic players are not the nicest people, to put it very politely. Fisher, my boy, climbing hard. Nice. You didn't get any slower. Let me see your build. I'm a bit of a stalker. El Viso. Shield Eater. That's so bad. Yikes, the life per hit. That squirt. So bad. Are you sure that's the rune that you should be using for Meteor? I thought, something else was used, like Comet or Arcane something. Thunder Crash. Is that the one? Oh, I see. You change it like that. I never got that hard. Yeah, good job. I mean, you look pretty good. Why is this not reroll? This is terrible. You might have forgotten to reroll the shoulders. I mean, by the way, my backseating, does it annoy you? I will stop doing it. I'm just trying to help out. If you are getting annoyed, I'll shut up. Yeah, this has to be rerolled, right? It has 2 bad modifiers on it. Or, this is so bad, I would suggest that you just craft another. Right? This is so bad. I think area was good for meteors, right? And I think this is an earlier snapshot because your armor is still wrong. You have to leave the game and rejoin, I think. Okay, Taz and Ancient, very nice. Oh, this one is Ancient as well. That's pretty nice. Okay. Nilfurs is extremely important. So like you are losing about 10% damage from not having a perfect Nilfur, right? 10% is a stretch, but 8% or so. That's decent. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, you did your... you can always cheat a little bit here, right? You just put Tals in. The guy is actually using an amethyst in the helmet. That's interesting. Wow, lucky bastard. Take a look at this lucky bastard. Primal Ancient Nilfurs. He's using Vitality. Oh my god, so unholy. I wish I hadn't seen this. And they are actually using Guardians, eh? Interesting. Not all guild, but Guardians. Yeah, area is getting used. That is correct. I was correct about that. Yeah, area is pretty good. He wears Ring of Royal Grandeur. Wow. Interesting. Why would you wear Ring of Royal Grandeur? It has a built-in bad roll. I guess the convention of elements that he had was bad. Yeah, I would say that you should be doing visions now. Switch into a more comfy, faster build and visions. How is your auto doing? I need to find myself a whole lot of echoing nightmares somehow. Also, I would like to remind you, with Ring of Royal Grandeur, you can only equip 5 pieces. That's one thing, right? I'm sure you know this one. Another thing I could suggest is, if you have a spare piece of the set that you miss, you can just, use the cube recipe to convert that piece, right? Yeah. Another thing is, there is one set that has been added later, right? That doesn't count. So for wizard, it should be Tal Rasha, Vir, Dalsir, and which was the last one? Typhoon doesn't count. Typhoon, I believe it was called. The new set. That doesn't count. You don't have to have that. Dalsir's Magnum Opus. That's what I said. Dalsir's Magnum Opus. The stupid slow time one, that's Dalsir. Dalsir, Vir, Tal Rasha. I'm getting stuck here and also getting annoyed. And I can't go on without remembering it. Firebird, yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Firebird is the fourth. I'm stubborn like that, yeah. And thing is, if it was another class, I wouldn't mind it too much, but I'm a bit of a wizard main, so yeah, it was a little bit embarrassing not being able to remember it. Firebirds is the last, that is correct. There was one season, so Firebirds was relatively recently changed. Now you need to do 3 different fire skills in order to burn them, right? And before that, there was only a single season in which people were playing Firebirds without a single fire skill. And then they changed it into 3 different. So what they did was, no one was using any single fire skill, but you get increased fire skill damage bonus on an amulet or a ring, right? And that would change the default damage type to fire for a skill, right? Because you have elemental damage there, and people were playing Firebirds with 0 fire skills. After that, Blizzard changed that into 3 different fire skills, so we cannot pull that crap off anymore. Yeah. I love Wastes, but I indulge myself once every few seasons. If I leave myself be, I will play Wastes every single season. It's just so nice, right? You just right click and do nothing, and yeah, that's the build. Amboss Pride applies Rend to targets affected by Whirlwind, blah blah. I played Earth one season, I think. So I don't always go for meta classes, but I generally try to go for their best builds, and that's what I did here. But that kind of backfired because this build is best for Great Rifts clearing and nothing else. I would say it's actually very bad for everything else. I mean, I can't see the people that I'm rifting with, right? If I join public rift games, I can't see them. I can never catch up. So slow, I have no overhead skills. Email address. Send me a message on Twitch. I'll sort you out, Ismail. Nice. Do you have any Echoing Nightmares drop for you? Yeah, I can't comprehend how I have none. Yeah, very weird. As I said, I used one for the journey. Right, I gave one to the altar and I have no others. I also couldn't get lucky with, public groups, etc. So you sometimes join rift groups, and someone opens one. Yeah, I had one, but that's happened when I was much weaker, and the group was weak as well, so we could get to 93 or something. Cool. Okay, 6 rounds left. Yeah, yeah. Naturally. You are using the Oculus Ring on the follower, right? I'm a little bit lazy to walk in that, but of course, it's pretty nice. And I'm still surprised about it when I think, that it actually got nerfed, right? Because in Diablo 3, I love Blizzard's approach to things. So, for example, you have Vir outperforming all the other sets, and they buff all the other sets, right? That's what they do instead of nerfing Vir to the ground. Unless the interaction is broken, they just buff everything else. And so they generally don't nerf too much, right? Because Diablo 3 is not a competitive game. But as I said, that was one of the very few items that got nerfed. The Oculus Ring was nerfed down to 85% from 100%. Hey, Ismail, hello over there. Okay, so we are 70, 61, and 60. This guy is doing... Why is he doing this? He's doing Witch Doctor no set piece level 20. What's this guy doing? I don't even know him. I guess I traded with him in Diablo 4 or something. Allah. What's he doing? Yeah. What's this guy doing? It's a little bit mean of me, but... How long have we been going? Whoa, I've been at it for 5 hours. Wow, okay. I should actually do it and move, right? Because they are going to die to the explosions. So omae wa mo shindeiru. And they did. Yeah. They died actually, not they did. That was a bit of a broken English there. Doesn't end, does it? Make your peace. Doop doo doo doop doo dee dee deep. I'm on 400 stacks. Lovely. Hello, Rift's Guardian. 42 trillion HP. Off you go. $42 trillion HP is dead. Why can't I help myself with the ID? There is no reason to ID these. Okay, I'll just try the chest again. Couldn't get a chest, could I? Why am I getting 50 million Shimizu Howard? So many. I got a few whale crystals. I could actually craft a few boots. Right? I could craft a few boots here. Or helmet, or... So this is not very easy to replace, right? Because it has the perfect stats. Holy skills, crit chance, vitality, strength. That's what I want, right? And the amulet that the braces that I craft has to be ancient and has 3 out of these 4 stats. Yeah, I guess boots would be the easiest replacement here. Let's craft a few boots. So most ancient boots would satisfy the situation. I mean, in theory that would be an upgrade, but not really. I'll just go for an ancient if I can. Not easy. You know, I could also craft a primal ancient one. Never got that though. Really? I crafted so many, not one ancient. Really? It's annoying me. Oh my god. Finally one, and it's bad. It's bad. So guys, I have perfect stats on mine, and it needed to have 3 stats in common with mine, and this one has actually, as you can see, 2 stats in common with mine, which means I will have to roll the Fist of Heaven's damage into Phalanx damage. Go. Wow, 24 crafts and 24 fails. And I don't have veiled crystals again. Okay, so as I said, last 3 rounds. Also, I have gone through my gold quite a bit, right? And this guy is still suffering like that. No, I kind of want to invite him to the stream and help him out a little bit. What's he doing, though? He should just join some Torment 6 public games and leeching a little bit of gear. He is torturing himself. He's doing 7 9-minute runs on Great Rift 20. What? Why? Damn. Ali Baba ve 40 bitti. 4 yaşında. Crusade marşı son. Sorma. Yayına başladım neredeyse 11 sene. Why is he not dying? I don't have the phalanx up. Well, what's going on? Why did he not die? I'm still confused about why he's not dead. But... Okay, Dej. Hey, where are you going, darling? I mean, I suppose the better you get at the build, it does become a little bit faster, but yeah, it's not in the build's nature to be fast. 2 more. Hey, Ismail, thank you, buddy. Valterina, we did have a person like that in the channel, didn't we? Ali Baba. Özgür, sen misin? I know you are someone familiar, but okay, guys, 2 more. I'm a little bit intelligent, you know, just a tiny bit above average. Teensy amount of above average intelligence. I was trying to place you, right? I knew that you were a nice viewer, but then had a really interesting nickname. I was trying to recall your original name. Draconian, right? That's what your original name. Yep. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Yeah, once you get used to it, it is a little bit better. Stop with the illusions. But yeah, that's it. It's still, very bad build for anything other than Great Rifting, and I shouldn't have done it this way. But I always thought I won't go, very much in detail. I would just finish the first journey and stop. And if that's the case, yeah, I hadn't done too much harm to myself. But if I keep playing, then that will be stupid because I will have to do a different build eventually, and could have done it sooner and gotten a lot. Gotten a lot more out of the build. Let's go. Incoming 400. Yeah, incoming showers. Bring it, buddy. Off you go. Off you go. That's it. 3 minutes. Not bad, not bad. Okay, just grab the stuff here. Okay, one last one. One last. Almost there, almost there. Dang. Orek. That's a necromancer shoulder. Inarius? Inarius, indeed. Do we have anything of value? Is that a primal issue? No, I always trick myself into thinking that I think there is an extra parenthesis there. There isn't actually. Shame, shame. Okay. Let's just salvage the whole thing. One last, guys. Should I do 103? I'm running out of gold though. Let's just keep it at 90. Judged. Okay, went about the wrong way. Oh no no no no no no no no no no no! I didn't do the thingy as often as I should have. The phalanx. Akarat champion fell off, and that was the end result. The cheat death mechanic triggered. A build that doesn't need Bane of the Stricken, it's so beautiful. Off we go. Dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge, dodge. Crusaders are pretty popular this season, right? I'm always seeing people are asking for Crusaders in their groups. I wonder which build they use. I mean, the people that are asking for Crusaders, what kind of Crusader are they asking for? This one probably not, very slow. Maybe Valor. I need to do the thing. Come on. Same thing, yeah, that's a mistake I keep making. I have to use the phalanx a little bit more frequently because, guys, outside Akarat's champion, we just get insta-killed. And I think that finishes the journey for us. Almost there. One more elite would do it. I thought I had an elite in here. Oh, it's still alive. Wow. Kudos to you, buddy. You kept running and your mates died, didn't you? Okay. Journey done. My fine fellas. Off you go. GG, GGG. Journey done. Sheesh, that was a boatload of great rifts. Ta-da! This ugly pet, I had that one, I think. I wish they updated the journey requirements a little bit. It's so bad. Faithful memory. Okay, let's do some more. Oh, I did get an Akan chest. Holy shit. One way to find out, I guess, is asking. Hopefully we do not meet a rude response here. And not even a reply. Oh no. My build, I don't know the English name. Okay. Looks like he's German. Oh, Valor. It's Valor. I'm guessing that's pretty fast. It was a good thing that I kept one of those. Yeah, so this build is very fast. For sure. That's the build I should have been doing, I guess. Okay, so journey is done. And for the... we need echoing nightmares, eh? Because I don't ever recall myself being so starved for echoing nightmares. So weird. So what stage are we on? 1. How many powers do I have not unlocked? A few. Whew. Now we are definitely at the stage that we can do guide, but you know, I would have loved it if we could have had our hands on some. Oh, some echoing nightmares. So we have like 3 stages left, I'm guessing, something like that, right? One of the stages is that 125 level Whispers of Atonement. The other level would be grabbing the Staff of Herding, and then there is 1600 blood shards, I think, and maybe there is another filler in there with, you know, a lot of forgotten souls and some stuff like that. Let me see how many stages I'm missing. One, two, three, 4 stages. I'm missing 4 stages, I think. Yeah. So, you know, this Whispers of Atonement there. Staff of Herding, 1600 blood shards, and something else. Let me find what that something else is. Oh, we have to sacrifice. Yeah. We have to sacrifice any augmented weapon. So you have to get a level 50 skill gem, a level 50 gem, and you have to use it to do an augment. Yeah, filler. And of course, in order to finish the thing, we need actually to find 4 more primal ancients. There is also that. Right? I have to find 1 more to unlock this one, then I have to find 3 more to unlock this one. Blah blah. So which was the journey, the frame here? This Lacuni pet, I think I had it. The flavor text is nice. I like this one for a reason. Wow, so many. Okay, we are done. Okay, question is, do we call it here, or do I switch to Path of Exile a little bit? I guess we can switch to Path of Exile. Oh. The literal thing I was asking for, guys. 3 echoing nightmares. Yeah, I guess we could we could join this. Why is it not inviting? So weird. He shouldn't have too many people jumping at it like I am. I guess he's not satisfied with my damage. But I mean, if he inspects me, guys, takes a look at my records. Now I have 100 done in 4 minutes. Weird. I'm guessing he's not gonna invite. I did, and we were done with the journey. Yeah, now we finished it. So he's not inviting, I'm guessing. Guys, I mean, I think it's, basic level of courtesy to, say at least, full or whatever it is, right? And the thing is, when you try to fill up a group in Diablo, it doesn't really fill up very easily, right? I don't think many people are jumping at him. I'm guessing he feels I won't be able to do it, which I can do it with great ease, actually. Yeah. Annoying fella. They updated Diablo 4, eh? I wonder what is it this time. Okay. This season they nerfed us pretty hard. Does it cause frame skips? It doesn't. Okay. Let me update the title. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, I just saw a guy he said, I have 3 echoing nightmares, bring damage, and I whispered them, and, I'm not offended by, not getting an invite, but, this is Diablo 3, and when you try to fill a group, it doesn't really fill too quickly, right? And you could at least, I would say, have the courtesy to say, buddy, you don't have enough damage or whatever it is. Not even got a reply. And yeah, I'm gonna switch to Path of Exile now. Okay, let me do the finish the journey, right? And thing is, I mean, I know that he wasn't swarmed with whispers, right? I'm guessing he just took a look at my profile and he deemed me as not enough damage, which he was dead wrong on. And then, yeah. So, one of the things that puts me off Path of Exile is the rudeness, right? People are so rude, right? So someone whispers you about something, right? And you immediately reply. And they just don't respond. Yeah. I mean, they are doing idiotic stuff. And the thing is, I don't think you should be, arriving at, results about especially builds that you don't know, right? So my build, I will be doing Great Rift 60 in 3-4 minutes, and I will be doing Great Rift 110 in 3-4 minutes, right? It just doesn't change, right? Because movement speed is bit of a problem. Yeah, Yeah, could be. Okay, let me change the game into Path of Exile. Okay, let me move the camera somewhere here, and let's get on with it. Yeah, I mean, up until some point, it just doesn't get slowed down. You know, I would have liked some Echoing Nightmares would be nice. I mean, one of them I need for the journey. For the altar, and I could have used like 3 or 4 for my build, for my equipment. Yeah, I guess I'll do the sell for a little while. None of these completed? Really? Ooh. 565. These were made 6 times more common and they gained value? Really weird. None of these completing is really weird. No, they are much better. Their children have grown up. Sure, we could do it together. If I get one more, we could, but I just don't have one. Okay. Let's go. Oh, this is very surprising. So this is hard to translate. You know, you can do the currency trades without resorting to the archaic trade system of Path of Exile. It's pretty nice. I mean, it just works on a bit of a commission of gold. Should I just knock off the prices? I'm not sure. And this is the strongest build there is. Okay, oh, I don't want to get upstairs. Attuned wound. I will go live tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm just doing the customary grind a little bit and then I'll go off. I thought, you know, the currency exchange had some stuff for me in it. Sure. See you. Thank you for joining. It was fun. I hope you liked it too. I like having people that I can talk to. What do we have 2 wisps? Okay. Hunting spear. No, that's garbage. Siphon wound. Hey. See ya. Whoop. Hey. Oh, I thought it was done. Nothing. Okay. I guess we can go to the next floor now. Oh, we have a breach. Didn't notice. We have corruption as well. Whoa. Ooh, it started skipping frames. That's how many monsters we have, eh? GG, what a build. Oh, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. Gee. $79, not bad, not bad. That is my boy. Okay, let's go upstairs. Whoop. Oh no. I can't blink with this build, can I? Yes, yes, yes, yes. So in Diablo 3, most endgame play is revolving around sets, right? Because sets give you insane bonuses, right? 80% damage reduction, 40,000% damage increase. And I'm not exaggerating the numbers. That's what they do, right? Insane. And when you play the journey, it will ask you to do some relatively easy stuff, and at the end it will give you a full set. Barbarian is good if you like that kind of stuff. If you like, whirlwind builds, spin to win. Demon Hunter is good. Very fast. Very, very fast. Demon Hunter is actually pretty good. So being able to do rifts and greater rifts fast is something that you are trying to achieve at the end. No. No, no, no, no. Shall I just knock off the prices again, I wonder? Sure, feel free to ask me. No, I'm not gonna say anything, right? Play your campaign. It's pretty enjoyable the first time around. We reroll. We reroll again. Blah. Nothing in here. So that is floor 1, right? We have one more floor, then we'll have the boss. Oh, it's actually done. Okay, whatever. There is nothing left other than a few rares in here. Stream is still live? It's live. What? What? And if I know GGG, the map will have closed. First question, did I die? I didn't die. Second question, yes, map closed. Beautiful, right? Why does it close my map? Why the hell does it close my map? Okay, you know, you made an unstable game and it crashes, okay, but why does it close my map? No, it was a good map. Oh. Hell is this, man? Let's get this map out of the way. That's so silly. And you know, I knew what was going to happen, right? Jeez. Okay. Okay, so I've got some guys. Okay, I guess I can come back later on. Let's kill the ones on this level. Then we'll come. Tense crossbow. It's a very tense crossbow. Okay, there is no third floor here, so that means we did. I'll teleport back here. Now this time around we go right. Superior Sorcerer's Tiara. Oh, I don't want that, no thanks. Wicked Tiara. Unable to connect to achievement server? I think this is, a clear message that I shouldn't play today. What's going on? Okay, the map counts as completed though this time around. Oh my god. It keeps reversing my progress. This time around I had actually completed the map. I'll try once more, but yeah, this is... Oh, I DC'd again. Good job, GGG. You are very good at making games. A game not many people are playing, and we are DCing constantly. I wish I left the game. I wish I just stopped playing Diablo and ended the stream there. This is somewhat painful. So guys, the stashes not being able to load means I actually am going to DC. It's actually, but the time travel is actually a little bit annoying, right? It undoes my progress on the map, right? I had finished the map and then I DC'd. This gets on my nerves. I don't like the map attempted there, so now I want to finish it and get it out of the way, but yeah, they don't share the same sentiment, I guess. I'll try one last time. It's a pack size map actually. Why are we having all these server issues? Oh, the portal didn't appear, so I'm DCing now. And there is no problem with the stream, right? The stream is going nicely. Okay, so it's these idiots' fault. Yeah, I'm guessing I shouldn't be pushing it anymore. It's just these people are incompetent and it's just going to waste more of my maps. So weird though, the persistent lag. And the interesting thing is, the latency is fine. Yeah, okay, I guess we can call it a night. Thanks for watching.